we are here basically to discuss all this, to find best practices, to find solutions, and to debate them, and hopefully to implement them.
And this is the reason why we need, first of all, to hear the experts' points of view. So I think we better let the floor to Mr. Șerban Cucu, project partner, to give us his first presentation.
Good morning, everybody. I am speaking in the name of Romanian river ship owner and port operators from Romania. I do not have a presentation. There will be a lot during the day. I want only to thank very much to the three keynote speakers because they accept our invitation to open the workshop. Also, I like to thank the representative of agriculture producers and traders, ship owners, port operators, as well, and port administration. They accepted to be speakers in this workshop and make this workshop possible and available. Last but not the least, I want to thank very much to all participants at this workshop. To present the project itself, I will give the floor to Mr. Materna, which is our project manager, to make a short presentation of Dionysos project. Thank you.
Mr. Materna, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cucu. Thank you very much, Mr. Manuțiu. First of all, as the representative of the lead partner of the Dionysos project, Danube Romania, let me welcome you to this very important event, first regional workshop on ports and agricultural products traffic in the Lower Danube countries, Romania, Bulgaria, Moldova, and Ukraine, organized by Romanian River Ship Owners and Port Operators Association within the framework of Dionysos project. Maybe it's the first time you have heard about Dionysos project and you have asked yourself, what is this Dionysos project? Let me give you some very brief information about this project, its background, and its expected results. Almost 3 years ago, in January 2019, the Dionysos project was initiated, taking into consideration the current situation of the inland waterway transport activities deployed on the Danube River, which offer, as all of us know, significant free capacity for growing both cargo and passenger flows. In order to increase the cargo and passenger flows and to reach this generally accepted goal, not only better fairway conditions, modern, energy efficient, and greener Danube inland waterway transport fleet are required, but also comprehensive infrastructure planning and efficient investment solutions are needed in order to create the conditions for better connected or river and seaports in the Danube region. Efficient investment solutions based on the identified needs at local port level, at country level, and at regional Danube corridor level are related both to waterside infra and superstructure and to rail and road transport connections, better serve the ports, hinterlands, and furthermore, the economic developments at national and regional levels. The main aim of the Dionysos project is to turn the Danube ports into high-performing, better connected, and integrated hubs, part of the multi- and intermodal transport chains, and also as preferential centers for industrial investment. Inland ports are recognized as crucial elements for the Danube region economy. Therefore, port development must be strategically embedded into both the regional economic development and transport policies. By matching the port planning processes with transport infrastructure plans and with regional economic development plans, will deliver recommendations for their adaptations in line with inland waterway transport sector priorities. This approach proposes a transnational innovative process that involves multi-level interdisciplinary assessments aimed at matching regional economic development, transport infrastructure and port planning, in-depth market analysis, and infrastructure needs assessment for two distinct inland waterway transport market segments, namely the agricultural products and the river cruise industry. Targeted case studies for the transport of agricultural products and for container liner services will be developed under the Dionysus project in order to support these specific sectors, including their prospective markets expansion. The findings shall lead to a dedicated and consolidated strategy at Danube region level, and also to recommendations for the sustainable development of agricultural products transfer. As key learning actions, regional stakeholder consultation workshops were already developed and also will be organized furthermore. The Dionysus project was approved for financing under the third call for projects of the EU Interreg Danube Transnational Program, starting the execution of its activities on 1st of July 2020, and it will be fully ended and also successfully, I'm sure, taking into consideration the highly professional experience of the project teams appointed by each project partners on 31 of December 2022, next year. The project's consortium is made of 17 project partners and 8 associated project partners from almost all Danube region countries except Germany. On 8th of October 2020, we had the kickoff meeting organized online as a public event by our colleagues from Bulgaria, the Bulgarian-Romanian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. On 17 November 2020, our colleagues from the Port of Enns, Austria, organized another very important online public event, namely the Danube Ports Day 2020. And speaking of this, on behalf of the Dionysus Project Consortium, I would like to invite all of you to attend the next very important online public event, namely the Danube Ports Day 2021, which will be organized on 23 of November by our colleagues from the Port of Vukovar, Croatia, in joint cooperation with our colleagues from ProDanube Management, Austria, supported by the Danube Port Network established under the previous Daphne project. All of you will receive the invitation to register and to attend this event to find out more about the electrification of inland vessels and the integration of waterborne transport in urban areas, which are the major themes of this event. Also, information about funding opportunities for the Danube region stakeholders will be provided, including updated information about the new Interreg Danube Transnational Program. Meantime, regional stakeholder consultations and workshops were already organized and a lot of information was gathered, used by the project partners to successfully prepare various deliverables as planned into the application form for the period between 1st of July 2020 and November 2021. You could find very detailed information about these deliverables and also about the activities performed so far within the framework of the Dionysus project on the Dionysus project's website. Of course, a lot of work is ahead of us until the end date of the project, and many specific activities and events are to be executed furthermore. And here we are, starting another online public event, first regional workshop on ports and agricultural products traffic in the Lower Danube Region countries, which we consider to be very important for the future development of the traffic of the agricultural products on the Lower Danube region. I really hope that during this event, all of us will receive very useful information from the speakers appointed, all of them having significant and successfully proven working experience and competencies on inland waterways transport activities, and will be also able to have meaningful debates that will generate useful ideas for supporting the increase of agricultural products traffic on the Danube. Finally, let me thank you, all of you, for your attention and for participation at this event, and allow me to give the floor back to the moderator in order to effectively start this event in accordance with the agenda prepared by our colleagues, the Romanian River Ship Owners and Port Operators Association. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meterna. The Pro Danube Association is always very close in terms of promoting transports on the Danube and promoting opportunities and trying to solve all the problems. Let me just ask Mr. Horst Schindler from the Danube Transnational Program. He's the project officer of the Danube Transnational Program, to give us his introductory thoughts. Please, Mr. Schindler.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And a wonderful good morning to everyone. It is a pleasure to be invited to this workshop in the case of the Dionysus project. And as a very unusual thing, I want to inform you that the lead partner of your project successfully fulfilled his obligation for the project progress report 2. So the Joint Secretariat has already accepted and approved your project report. So this is on the good way. My idea for today was to give you a little overview about what comes next. We are currently at the end of our current project programming period, and we are currently defining and preparing for the next programming period. And therefore, I would like to give you a nice presentation about our ideas for the next programming period from 21 to 27. I will share my screen. Is this visible now for you?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So everything moves forward. So we are doing the same. We have to plan for the future, and we are currently defining the new programming period for the next period, for the next time for funding period. What will stay the same is the project area. So the scope of area will be comprised of the same regional countries like we used to have before, and we will have the linkage with the European Union strategy for the Danube region. So we will share the same geographic coverage. The USTR will provide the policy framework, and we will provide the funding instrument. And the USTR is one of the strategic frameworks of DTP, and DTP is one of the financing instruments of the USTR. So this will be unchanged. This will stay the same. What we supported, we support this time challenges and needs relevant on transnational scale. We want to strengthen the cooperation of the key stakeholders for the improvement of policies in harmonizing management processes. And we wanted to have that territorially integrated with prioritized cross-sectoral approaches. What is not supported this time are projects with a predominant focus on infrastructure and with predominant focuses on research and data collection without applied solutions, and with a predominant focus on technical solutions without even here applied solutions. So this is one of the reasons for that is that there are currently other funding pots which already tackle these kind of projects, these kind of ideas, and we wanted to have a unique approach. So these are our thematic scopes for the next programming period. We will have 4 priorities: a smarter Danube region, a greener, low-carbon Danube region, a more social Danube region, and priority 4, a better cooperation governance in the Danube region. So this is mainly for capacity building in the administration, and also for the financing of the European strategy for the Danube region. And for instance, also the Danube strategy point. So let's go into detail. Priority 1 is smarter Danube region. We have here 2 specific objectives. The first one is enhancing innovation and technology transfers with in total 6 focuses. And here you see, for instance, the focus 5, developing smart, sustainable and green transport technologies and networks, plus e-mobility solutions. So this is one of the possibilities where transport-related projects could take place, or maybe even in different other ones. Specific objective 2 is then the development of skills for advancing smart specialization. This goes for the transformation and transition towards Industry 4. The next priority is a greener, low-carbon Danube region, with the first specific objectives for enhancing renewable energies, and this shall be made by 2 focuses. The first one is the increase in the share of renewable energy, and the second one is our facilitation of decreasing carbon intensity in the power and transport sectors. The next specific objective tackle climate change adaptation capacities, sustainable integrated transnational water and sediment management, and the protecting and preserving of the biodiversity and ecological corridors. Then we are at priority 3, the more social Danube region, with 3 specific objectives. The first one is accessible, inclusive and effective labor markets. Second one, accessible and inclusive quality services in education, training and lifelong learning. Third one, socio-economic development through heritage, culture and tourism. So even here, it could be possible that some thematic scopes are suitable for specific projects and close projects somehow for the Danube industry and for the Danube navigation sector. And as already mentioned, the 4th priority is a better cooperation governance in the Danube region, with 1 specific objective where the focus is on transnational cooperation in order to address major territorial governance challenges like demographic change, severe urban-rural discrepancies, and or fostering the close to people character of regional policy. One of the most interesting things, the budget, is still not yet concluded. We have more or less, it's on the safe side that we will have around 165 and 170 million euros from the ERDF funds. The total project program budget is now said to be around 230 million euros, but this is still not concluded. What is concluded is that we will have a co-financing rate of 80%. So this will be a slight reduction the co-financing rate, and this is already decided by the monitoring committee. Our first call of proposals will be a two-step procedure, like we used to have in the third call. The launch will be in spring 22. The launch of the second step will not be before late 2022. And the final approval is not likely to be expected much before mid-23. So this is the perspective here for the next programming period. Further infos as usual on our website, following the usual DTP national contact points at national events like this now, at DTP events from your specific project officer and also from the bugs of the European front of the Danube Region strategy. Here's a contact from our website with the new programming period, and in this respect, I thank you very much for your attention. And I hope that we can foster the cooperation, and we will get a few and many new examples and project ideas in spring 22. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we'll go to Ms. Teresia Hacksteiner. She is the General Secretary of European Barge Union. Of course, we will see the perspective of the members of this union, of this association, but also we already heard about greener, low-carbon Danube region. But I hope that Ms. Hacksteiner will explain to us more extensive, let's say, for example, the impact of the EU Green Deal on the Danube region.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you first and for all for inviting me to this important workshop. It's a real pleasure and honor for me to join you in this session. So my best regards to all of you to Romania. And I have prepared a presentation. I'm just wondering, shall I share it myself or will it be uploaded by you, by the organizers? What would you prefer?
My colleagues are prepared. You will just have to let them know, and
okay, perfect. Well, great. So next slide, please. So, I would like to explain you a bit, or to set the scene by showing you a bit what is the political framework when talking about the development of inland waterway transport, also in particular in the Danube region. But before doing so, let me say just a few words on the European Barge Union, which is the European association representing the inland navigation, both freight and passenger carrying on a pan-European level, where its members are the national associations of barge owners and operators from the Black Sea to the North Sea. And next slide, please. Here you can see that we also have one of your project partners, the Romanian associations of ports and inland navigation, the AAOPF, as our members, but other members are, as already referred to, from the Black Sea to the North Sea. Next slide, please. Where is EBU involved? It is mainly involved in the development of European policy, with a few of inland navigation in particular. And here we contribute to the discussions regarding the framework conditions for the sector, but also to stimulate the market position, the guarantee of a well-maintained infrastructure without bottleneck, and the increase of the inland waterway transport share. And to achieve these goals, we are closely cooperating with the relevant European institutions, but also, and very importantly, with the river commissions, the UNECE, and national administrations. So let me now change to and go to the focus of today's. Next slide, please. and discuss with you in short what is the policy framework regarding the inland waterway transport, and that is of course closely related to all ongoing discussions at global level, at the European level, and therefore we are closely following all these developments. And to start with the global policy, it's of course still COP21 with the goals that were defined in 2015 that have to a certain extent also be decided in only recently in Glasgow last week at COP26 with the overall emission reduction aims. And when it comes to the European level, we are in particular targeted by the European Green Deal that is further elaborated in a sustainable, smart mobility strategy that followed the Green Deal in 2020. With a specific view on inland waterway transport, which is laid down in the NAIADES 3 communication. We have seen a Fit for 55 package in July of this year. And apart from that, we are also targeted by the so-called taxonomy regulation. And on all of these aspects, I will briefly elaborate and show what will be the impact also on the inland navigation industry. Next slide, please. Well, global policy also already referred to emission reduction overall to reach not higher than 1.5 degrees warming of the Earth, which will be a very challenging target, as we have discovered from the discussions the past 2 weeks in Glasgow. When it comes to the European Green Deal, the aim is to be climate neutral by 2050 in the European Union. That is also stating that transport accounts for a quarter of the EU's greenhouse gas emissions and still is growing. And in order to achieve climate neutrality, a 90% reduction in transport emissions is needed by 2050. One important aspect of this European Green Deal is also that a substantial part of the 75% of inland freight that is currently carried on European roads should be shifted to rail and inland waterways. This is, of course, a huge modal shift potential. Next slide, please. Well, this European Green Deal is further elaborated and implemented, so to say, in the sustainable, smart mobility strategy when it comes to transport. And here it is clearly stated that the share of inland waterway transport should be increased by 25% by 2030 and 50% by 2050. It also underlines the importance of inland waterway transport as a sustainable mode of transport to realize the future sustainability goals. And well, again, based on the Green Deal, a key objective is to deliver this greenhouse gas reduction by 2050. Next slide, please. It is based upon 3 pillars for future actions and underlying flagship actions. First of all, to make all modes of transport more sustainable, to make also sustainable alternatives widely available in a multimodal transport system, and to put in place the right incentives to drive the transition. Next slide, please. Well, more important for our sector, or better elaborated and concretized, this policy is laid down in the so-called NAIADES 3 communication that has been released shortly after the Green Deal and the Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy only in June 2021. It follows its predecessors, the NAIADES 1 and 2 program, and focuses on a dedicated inland waterway transport action program in order to fully tap the potential of the sector and to realize the policy goals by concrete actions, in particular by moving more transport to inland waterways and a gradual shift towards zero emission inland vessels, and this is further elaborated also in flagship actions which target the fleet, the infrastructure, the digitalization and also the crew and the human factor. Next slide, please. Well, just to make the picture clear, after the release of the NIADA 3 package, we saw the release of another important policy package in July 2021, which is the so-called Fit for 55 package, and that is another implementation strategy of the Green Deal, the European Green Deal, which is a kind of overall very broad policy framework and finds its concretization and implementation in concrete packages. And the most important one is the Fit for 55. And it seeks also again to decrease all kind of emissions, be it greenhouse gas emissions, be it air emissions, and also to introduce, to a certain extent, the polluter pays principle in order to reach these goals. And well, with the view on inland waterway transport, the package is also proposes some concrete legislative actions and proposals. For instance, the Energy Taxation Directive, where in the future no exemptions for fuels and maritime and inland shipping are foreseen. That means that also the fossil fuels used by inland vessels will be taxed, and where currently we do have these exemptions that no longer will be available under this proposal. There will be a possibility for shoreside electricity and a zero minimum rate for sustainable fuels for the next 10 years. And all is about to promote clean and sustainable alternative fuels. It also targets the regulation on alternative fuels infrastructure, which foresees in onshore power supply for the 10 maritime and inland ports. This is, of course, also very important for the development of the ports infrastructure along with the Danube. Besides, it also refers to the Energy Efficiency Directive, which counts energy consumption in maritime industry, the Renewable Energy Directive, and a few EU maritime. Next slide, please. Well, what we have when analyzing all these policies, which I've briefly only touched upon, we found that in general, of course, our association supports the objectives of the Green Deal and the Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy, but we also do observe a kind of lack of alignment of the Fit for 55 package with these policies. In particular, where we see the NIADA 3 program, which puts forward an ambitious target for promoting of inland waterway transport, and also with a view on the two core objectives, namely the shifting more freight transport towards inland waterways and setting also the sector on pathways to zero emission. To a certain extent, this only can be done by incentivizing rather than taxation. And here we see a kind of lack of alignment and maybe even, let's say, policies that are contrary to certain aims of the one or the other. So we have in-depth also reflected on that and also elaborated our position paper on that topic together with our members. Next slide, please. Let me briefly explain a bit about the Energy Taxation Directive. As already stressed before, it foresees in a tax system for energy products from origin from fossil fuels in order to promote the green transition by setting the right incentives as it is stated in the ETD. in particular, with a view to inland waterway transport, Article 15 foresees a minimum level of taxation also on fossil fuels for the charging of inland vessels. And that would mean that a minimum taxation on fuel of approximately 4 cents per liter would be imposed on the fuels that are used by inland waterway transport. And for sure, of course, that would also mean a substantial increase of the cost of inland waterway transport. And here in particular, we feel that this goes contrary to the goal of shifting more freight to inland waterways. So next slide, please. Then also a brief recap of another important legislative tool that has been released and adopted recently by the European Union, which is the taxonomy regulation. And this regulation foresees in a classification system establishing environmental and sustainable activities by setting criteria for such activities, and it also covers transport. And that means that in the future, well, basically only more or less zero emission assets, including vessels, including infrastructure, including engines of vessels, could be eligible for financing by banking institutions. It in general is addressed to financing institutes. However, what we see is that this instrument already is also laid down in new policy or regulatory frameworks, such as a proposal for the state aid guidelines, and that could be detrimental for the sector when already using such technical screening criteria, imposing only zero emission targets on the sector within the next years. So we have, next slide please, prepared our input to the various consultations, which was to the first delegated act that has already been adopted in June of this year. Another one is in preparation, to which we also have provided our input on the roadmap. And what our plea is to be better involved in the preparation and the negotiations in this field, where our sector, like all other modes of transport, haven't been involved so far. So we are now seeking contact also with the expert groups that are preparing all these draft regulations in order to find better and more comprehensive and realistic technical screening criteria for our sector. Next slide, please. Well, just let me recap what is the potential of the inland waterway transport sector when it comes to this very broad overall policy framework I just have tried to explain. For sure, inland waterway transport plays an important contribution to deliver the future policy and mobility goals in terms of the sustainable fleet. It already today holds a very positive record when it comes to externalities, but also regarding the climate adaptation and alternative energy sources, and for sure also with a view to modal shift. Let me say a few words on these three areas before I come to a conclusion. Next slide, please. With a view to the greening of the fleet, it is clear that also inland waterway transport is targeted by the emission reduction challenges, and this is for sure a very huge challenge for the entire fleet because the lifetime cycle of the fleet is a very long one, and the technical solutions so far are not yet available, and therefore we really need also affordable technology to broadly deploy the innovation in the sector. We need also flexible goal-based regulatory framework, which would avoid long-term permission processes and procedures for innovative solutions, but first and for all, also tailor-made and dedicated funding, which would combine national and EU funding schemes for engine renewals, for retrofitting of engines in existing vessels, and of course also for innovative vessel design to reduce the energy consumption. Next slide, please. With a view to climate adaptation and alternative energy sources, I think that's also very important to focus on that. And this is for sure also a very important target for the ports and terminals along the Danube in the years ahead. We will need the solutions. We need also the infrastructure that will be made available for alternative energy sources. And for that, we also need access to research programs for testing and deploying of alternative fuels. We will need tax incentives rather than taxation. I would say we need tax incentives for tax exemptions for clean fuel and onshore power. The availability, first of all, and the rollout of alternative fuels on the entire system of the inland waterways. Also a technology neutral approach, not focusing on one alternative fuel only, but looking what are the most promising ones and also find the best solutions in the coming years. And again, also here, we need a goal-based standard for the new technologies to give room for safe testing and application. Next slide, please. And then let me move to the modal shift. And I think that's of particular importance also for today's discussion. We already have seen that even waterway transport has a huge modal shift potential on the entire European network of waterways. And it already today has a very low CO2 emission compared to the road, and therefore shifting higher volumes to inland waterway transport in line with the sustainable and smart mobility strategy will for sure benefit the entire community and substantially contribute to realize the European Green Deal. And it also is able to facilitate an easier and faster shift from road to water. And this will have an immediate positive effect already today without any additional measures on the greenhouse gas emissions. So here, a very huge potential for inland waterway transport. Next slide, please. Well, what is needed for that? First and for all, infrastructure remains the backbone of such a modal shift policy in order to really attract higher volumes on inland waterways. So therefore, we really need reliable infrastructure. Therefore, we also need sufficient funding, in particular also out of the European funding instrument, the CEF, which funds TEN-T projects. And we also need an adaptation of the existing TEN-T regulation to support high quality and climate resilient infrastructure by dedicated European funds. Next slide, please, and I will come to a conclusion short term. Well, so we have also seen that the inland waterway structure would need quite substantial funding in the coming years under the current multi-financial framework of the European Union. That would amount to 47 billion. However, current self-support only is around 1.8 billion, so there's quite a gap. So I think that needs a very strong lobbying also from your side, and which you are doing very well, I would say. But for sure, the investments or a lack of investment might hamper the development of identification as alternative to road, not complemented by other sources of financing. Next slide, please. Well, to conclude, inland waterway transport is providing a huge modal shift potential. Therefore, we call for a better coordination of measures at EU level and a strong support for the sector to create a win-win situation in which the industry recovery also leads to a sustainable development. And once again, this requires a combination of tailor-made funding, taxation incentives, and regulatory measures to stimulate and accelerate the innovation in the future. So this is more or less, I think, next slide. I think this is the end of my presentation. Well, indeed. So I would like to thank you very much for your attention and also wish you a very interesting and successful workshop today. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Ms. Hacksteiner. Indeed, it's absolutely crucial. Everything what is going to happen over the next 5 to 10 years, not to mention what will happen until the decarbonation until 2050, will be under the umbrella of the Green Deal, of the first Fit for 55 intermediate stop in 2030, and of course, greening the fleet, the climate adoption, the investment in the infrastructure. Basically, the adoption of this new wave is absolutely crucial for the prosperity of the region and first of all for allowing growth. Thank you very much, and I will invite now Mr. Manfred Seitz, the Director General of the Danube Commission, to take the floor. Of course, he will enter into some very specific details in terms of Danube navigation and all the details about the inland waterways transportation, with some very interesting market insights and empirical observations as well. So, Mr. Seitz, Danube Commission General Director, please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I hope you can hear me clearly.
We can hear you, we can see you.
Perfect.
Your presentation is also prepared.
Thank you very much. I made some last minute changes because when I realized that I'm speaking in between Resi and Herfried, then it became clear to me I must be shorter. Yeah? So I will try to do my best. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to say some words in this workshop. And it is always a pleasure for me to participate in meetings with regard to the project Dionysus. Dionysus is the key and the lead project for the port development in the Danube region. And the topic today is also essential because transport of agricultural products on the Danube is key for the entire sector. Well, let's come to the framework conditions. Next slide, please. Next slide. And having the privilege to speak after Resi, I can really be short on this. We have seen a completely new regulatory framework for the transport sector and consequently also for the inland waterway transport sector emerging in the last 1.5 years, 1.5 and 2 years. And it was mentioned what are the elements, the ingredients of this new European Union policy framework. It's clear it's the need to decarbonize, and this is brought down into various pieces of legislation. What's behind and what is important that no, please go back. No, backwards. One back. Thank you. I will give you a sign when you turn the slides. Well, what is really essential? The target to increase the transport by inland waterways by 25% compared to 2030 and by 50% compared to 2015 in relation to 2050. This is a big challenge, and it is a special challenge also for Danube navigation, because here we certainly have to say that we still have significant shortcomings in the waterway infrastructure, and especially in the fairway maintenance. I do not want to point into detail what happened in mid-September, beginning of October, with the blockage of the Danube at Belen Island. 200 vessels being locked, 150,000 tons of cargo could not reach for 2 weeks the clients. And this is certainly not the ideal framework conditions for increasing the transport on the Danube. And we also have to be aware that we still have other shortcomings, for example, in the information of the operators when it comes to temporary closure of the waterway. So also an area where the Danube Commission, together with Priority Area 1A and other stakeholders, are working on improvements. However, it was also mentioned that in this new set of European Union legislation, and Mrs. Hacksteiner mentioned the Renewable Energy Directive, the revision, which also would bring a minimum taxation on fuel for inland navigation. I do see this very critical on the situation which we have, in particular on the Danube, with the lack of infrastructure and lack of infrastructure maintenance, because there we are really afraid that even a small increase in costs for the inland barging sector could lead could trigger just the opposite, what we would like to achieve more cargo on the Danube, but just could lead into further reduction of the cargo. Because we have to bear in mind the competitive situation of Danube navigation, in particular with the railways. And we also have to bear in mind that there at the moment, and also not for the next few years, we do not see cost-efficient solutions, green solutions for the inland vessels operating on the Danube with a high power demand. So there are no marketable solutions. So and at the moment, and also not in the next years available. I think this is something what we have to bear in mind when we talk about the transition, how to the transition into a greener inland navigation and Danube navigation will work. Next slide, please. Well, and we should not forget that the motivation for the Green Deal and for decarbonizing comes from the climate change, and also from the need to I would not say to stop the global warming, but to keep the global warming at the level which mankind can handle with the technologies what we have and what we will have also in the next 50 years available. And there I would like to point to an important statement Professor Mauser has made in the in the previous joint statement meeting mid-September this year, where we organized a special panel on climate change, and he made us aware that the impact of climate change in the Danube region in particular on the middle and lower Danube, has twice the magnitude of the global average. So what does that mean? So for example, when we uh, say that the global warming scenario of 1.5 degrees, which is very optimistic when you have now seen what the states have committed in Glasgow. But let's assume we make it. Yeah? We really reach this 1.5 degree global warming scenario. That would mean in the Danube Basin we will face a 3 degrees warming impact. Yeah? And that certainly will have a big impact on the life of the people, on the economies in the region, and also on inland navigation. However, I would like to point out it might have also a significant impact on the production of agricultural goods, which nowadays are so essential for Danube navigation. We are aware that this 1.5 global warming target at the moment, we are far away from that. In Glasgow, when you were listening the last days, we are at the moment with those commitments made by the big players. On a political level, we are at the moment heading to rather to 2.3, 2.7. So if we really end up on such a level, then we will face a 4 or 5 degrees warming impact in the Danube region. Once again, this is something which not only has to be avoided, but however, even if we reach the more optimistic scenario with 1.5, it will mean significant work. It will mean adaptation work in the area of infrastructure, and also work in the maintenance of the waterway infrastructure, and particularly also in the maintenance of the fairway. Next slide, please. One particular item I would like to stress is that the NIADE 3 program and its action plan is implemented and supported. Thank you, Valentin, for closing your microphone. That NIADE 3 is implemented within a big project called Platina 3, a platform for the implementation of NIADE's Action Plan 3. And I do not go into the detail, but I would like to point out that this is a project which deals with all the aspects of greening, which deals also with the transition pathways for a green and efficient inland waterway sector in Europe. The Danube Commission is one of the 13 project partners. And next slide, please. I would like also to draw your attention that the next big event where you can join and where you can follow the work of the consortium will take place on the 10th and the 11th of February. It will be an online event, and you see also on the slide the link to the website where you can register in a few days. And there we will discuss the increased modal shift and decarbonization options for shallow water, climate resilient vessels, inland waterway infrastructure made ready for changing the climate, and all those measures which are now, let's say, in the toolbox or in the future toolbox with regard to emission labeling, energy index, and the entire regulatory pathway towards zero emission for the fleets. Well, I also would like to draw your attention to that the fifth stage event in October, hopefully then will bring us together again physically. So I really hope that we will be able to organize this meeting then in October as a presence meeting because it's clear these important things also have to be discussed further and in particular in the community of the Danube navigation sector. Next slide, please. My colleagues put together also a few figures from a publication which we as a Danube Commission put together on a quarterly basis. It's called Market Observation. You see the link to these publications and to our website. I will not go into the details of all those figures because I have seen also that in the further course there will be speakers from ports and there will be also some, I think, observations with regard to the figures. But let me point to a few elements which are worth to be mentioned. Next slide, please. In the year 2020, we have seen a significant increase in the export of grain, in particular from Hungary, from Serbia, and also from Romania. And these increases were to a good part compensating the significant decreases in the import of grain, coal, and iron ore as a result of the economic impact of the pandemic situation. Well, next slide, please. And when we look into the first 2 quarters of this year, we see that grain transportation is again an important driver and an important market element for the entire inland navigation sector. And next slide, please. We can see also on the left side this statistics from the Danube Black Sea Canal that the cargo volumes have been quite good in the first quarter, in particular. In the second quarter, we are falling behind also the development of 2020, and that has several reasons, and it is clear also the discharge of the Danube and the draft situation comes in to the picture here with a big impact on the cargo volumes being transported on the Danube. Next slide, please. Well, as already said, the grain transportation balanced out, leveled out the significant losses of other materials and products in 2020. And we see the grain in 2021 in such an situation, particularly from exports and from cargo flows from the Middle Danube to Constanza and also to the other Danube ports in the Delta, Galatz, Brela in particular. The grain transport increased significantly in 2021, also compared to the first quarter in 2020. However, we also see that the total freight transport in the first half of 2021, so the first 2 quarters, on the upper Danube was more or less facing losses in volumes. Yeah, and the further we go down, the better situation was, and we can see that, for example, then in the Black Sea Canal, the first 2 quarters we had more or less the figures from the previous year, even a little increase. It's also clear that situations like we had in September, October, where the fairway maintenance is not properly done and consequently leads to a blockage of a good portion of the transport of cargo flows. This is really a burden on the entire industry, not only the financial losses of the barge operating companies, but we have to be aware that also the costs of changing the logistic chains. Seagoing vessels have been booked, could not be reached. So this is a snowball effect, which affects also the clients of the barging sector in the industries using and depending also on and predictable and reliable transport service on the Danube. So I would like to stop here with the figures. Once again, I would like to point out that there's a lot of information available on a quarterly basis on our website under market observation, and please make use of it and also use it for the work in this wonderful project, Dionysus. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. I think up to this point, we all agree that if we want to breathe clean air, to eat good food, we need to invest. We need more than European policy, more than a framework. We need money. But the question is, who is we? And Mr. Herfried Leitner, the chairman of Pro Danube International, will argue why it really is a very good idea to have a dedicated EU inland waterway fund. The floor is yours, Mr. Leitner.
Thank you, Mrs. Raduca. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
That is very good. Will you make the presentation, or should I run it from my side here?
My colleagues will help you.
Good, great. Yeah, so on behalf of Pro Danube International, also a very warm welcome to this regional workshop in the Dionysus project. And certainly, we are also very happy to give a short presentation after Resi and Mr. Schindler going into the big and wide regional perspectives and into the total framework of the IWT in Europe. And after Manfred getting a little bit closer into the Danube region to show us the latest development on the volumes and the latest development with regards to the bottlenecks which we were facing during the last 6-8 weeks. Very shortly, only a few words about the Pro Danube International. I mean, we are a business association with about plus 150 members. And we are since 10 years now fighting for the Danube, for the Danube as a competitive logistic system with regards to cargo and tourism. And we have launched during this year many different projects under something what we call One River, One Rule. The Daphne project might be very well known to many of you, the Dante project, but also the latest one with the Grendel project, where we try to figure out what are the financing instruments. So you can also look up the web pages and then see what are the instruments which will come in the future and which were proposed from our side. Yeah, after seeing all this big developments and so on, next slide, please. I would like to go a little bit deeper into the Danube section. And for us, the most important message which we have heard now during the last minutes, during the last presentations, that is certainly the NIADES 3. The NIADES 3 sets the framework for everything which will go on the European waterborne sector during the next years, and it has a dedicated 35 points action plan. And this 35-point action plan goes back on a statement which is embedded, as we have heard, in the Green Deal and in the in the strategy, sustainable strategy. Into a statement which Adina Valian, our Commissioner for Transportation in Europe, gave, and she makes it very clear here. And she says that the inland waterways have a substantial role in the decarbonization of the future of the whole transport sector. And it just carries about 6%, only 6% of the EU wide freight capacities which are transported today. The very good thing about the NIADES 3 is that for the first time, it really has very precise figures. It says, and that's the very good point in it, it says it gives a target for the next 8 years to increase the cargo shift, to increase the cargo volumes by 25%. And that is such a short time frame that practically we can go back into ourselves and ask ourselves, what do we have to do as a sector in order to achieve a 25% cargo shift, so 25% more cargo in only 8 years. And through that, we have heard already now from Manfred, from Mr. Seitz, that we have something which is called the Platina 3 project. The Platina 3 is the implementation process of the NIADES. Next slide, please. And here I want them to go a little bit deeper into the Danube. We have seen some figures already from Mr. Seitz with regards to the MOHAJ and to the last couple of months development. And I would like to show you here the long-term trend which we have analyzed. This is an analysis which we have done ourselves from ProDanube International, and we eliminated here all volumes which we consider are not substantial to the inland waterway sector on the Danube. So that means we short sea shipping or maritime shipping.
Sorry.
Yes. Yeah. So I see when somebody speaks in, then I'm muted. Yeah, what we did here is we are erasing from the official statistics some of the volumes which we do consider not as substantial to the freight volumes on the Danube. That are volumes, for example, for maritime traffic which goes into Galatz directly from the Black Sea region or into Brela. So that is removed. And what we can see here very clear is that we have a slightly decreasing volume problematic on the Danube. And this slightly decreasing volume problematic which we have, the long-term trend is about to stop in the moment due to good agricultural harvests. But it also means, on the other hand, we have to, our target is to increase this by 25%. And if we take the 2019 figures and we put 25% on top of it, we come practically to the volumes which were somewhere around the year 2005, 2006, 2007. So we should come again to an increase of about 8 million tons, which we have to achieve. Next slide, please. and we go a little bit closer into the Danube itself. Here we don't have the animation now, but it doesn't really matter. This is the volumes here, which we have taken from the official statistics, and it's measured at the border crossing in between, also at Mohacs. And what we can see here is that the different product groups and its development during the couple of years. So you can see on the agricultural products, and if you take a look, I mean, we have very good years like 2015, 2016, and for example, and we have years which are not really delivering the volumes compared to the other years, like in the year 2017, 2018, the year of the big drought, and so on. Important here to notice is that two parts of the product groups which we are transporting currently on the Danube will decrease over the next couple of years, over the next decade. That is going to be the mineral oil products, and that's going to be the coal and coke transports. Those two product groups are impacted directly by the Green Deal, by the huge targets of the Green Deal to remove fossil fuels. And it means that over the years, also this part will decrease, which means on the opposite side that we have to do even a bigger effort in getting this 25% increase of the cargo volumes running. So let's take a look then a little bit closer into what is going to come. Next slide, please. We have then done a work in ProDanube International, and we have asked the industry, if you want to shift more products to the Danube, what are your expectations? What is it what you really need in order to shift to the Danube? And the outcome is here on this slide, and we only take a look on the left side. We only take a look at the industry expectation at this time, please. The industry said 4 major parts. So the industry said we need calculative, competitive cost. They didn't even say we need the cheapest cost. They said we need to be able to calculate it. They said, please remove or limit somehow the low water surcharges, which is in fact a question about the fairway conditions. The industry said on the third stage, please, we need reliable conditions for loading, transporting, and discharging of the cargo. So that means we need, when we have times where we should load or discharge, we need to keep that in order to keep the product flow running. And we need solutions from you, from the IWD sector, to a problem which we have in the industry, and that is that we have a decreasing order size, and that decreasing order size will demand in the future from us a more multi-user, multi-modality solutions. So that means containers, intermodal equipment, or whatever, in order to battle their decreasing order sizes. Next slide, please. And then what we have done as a next step from ProDanube International is then we went into the sectors and said, okay, how are the actors in the IWD sector, and how can they achieve that what the industry expects from us? And there we have 3 actors. We have the industry, we have the infrastructure, and we have the investment into the vessels, into the equipment itself. If we're taking a look at the industry side, then we have to play the ball back to the industry and say, if you want to have reliability, then you also have to provide a framework which makes it possible for us to be more weather independent. I mean, something what we also call in ProDanube International, port services on demand. We need to discharge the logistics or the vessels in the moment vessels are arriving. It can't simply be like it is in many ports along the Danube still today, that Friday midday, we stop working, and then we're waiting for Monday until the vessel is discharged. This can simply not be. Or, for example, weather independency, like the green board of the high performance green board in Chuchu. It is a perfect example of what is possible with the technical possibilities which we have today. We can make our transport chain weather independent. And that is something what we push back to the industry. The second part in the actors where we really have to focus on is the infrastructure itself. The infrastructure, as Manfred already said, I mean, it is impacting navigation on the Danube to a really huge degree. Manfred already mentioned that the impact on the Bellany problematic, which we have had in the last 2 months, we will see in the statistics. The problem with the statistics is always the same. We see it only after it happens. We see it months after, and our human brain works like this, that we have forgotten it afterwards, but we cannot forget. So we are calling here as ProDanube International to have minimum fairway conditions, to ensure at the same time not only the fairway, we also have to take care that the entrances to the ports are also maintained in a good way, and we can enter the ports with the same fairway conditions, with the same depths, and that the entrance to the port and the third port and the second point in it, that the port bassin itself must be as good as the fairway conditions. It can't simply be that we have entrances to ports where we have enough water on the Danube and then we cannot enter a port because the entrance to the port is not stretched. This is simply not possible. And the third actor are the asset owners, are the ship owners themselves. Here we have 3 different huge challenges where I'm only going into the first 2. We have a technological jump to do in the next couple of years. We have the Green Deal. We have the target here to decarbonize, to go the path to 0 emissions. So we have to do a technological jump. And we have something which is called the Non-Road Machinery Directive already. So we have some technical challenge here, which we have to overcome in the next couple of years. And we have agricultural sector, which the workshop today is focusing on, which drives the profitability of the sector. If it is a bad harvest year, a bad drought year, the profit of the ship owners deteriorates. And that is something which we have to somehow counterfight with multimodality solutions or whatever. But it is not a sustainable business case to have 1 or 2 good years for a ship owner and then having 5 years of bad harvest and no profits or losses. Next slide, please. Because here we are then taking a look on how this can be funded, or where the today's funding opportunities go. For the industry, typically funding instruments are the CEF, the Connecting Europe Facility, or the Horizon when it is very innovative projects. So this is the typical framework, but there are also in some countries also some national programs which support the industry in creating new ports, in supporting infrastructure and so on. If we're looking at the infrastructure itself, so to the waterway administrations and to the ones who should provide the right fairway conditions to the river navigation, then we have a typical Connecting Europe facility again, as the CEF funding. Somehow also Horizon EU when it is about research and innovation, but mostly, and here it is the break point where we have to do something. It is mostly national programs. Here, just one small remark that we have here. Actually, the river sector should here have a dedication of money, which the governments, the national governments, should through the Next Generation EU funding actually dedicate also to the waterways sector. And this is something which we have to demand as ship owners, as the ones who want to transport the cargo on the on the rivers, we have to demand that the national authorities are providing here the necessary funds for providing the infrastructure and keeping the infrastructure in a good technical conditions. And the last part here is then the investments into the asset itself. That means everything which is floating. Here we have national programs. Again, should be money dedicated through the Next Generation EU funding into the national programs to support river transportation. And then to a certain degree, also the Horizon and the CEF funding when it is about pilot vessels. If we want to try, for example, one vessel for complete electric propulsion or hydrogen or whatever, it could under certain circumstances also be funded through the CEF or the Horizon, but the main funding is here through national programs. And in the future, and that's the main part in it, it was suggested, and the next slide, please. It was suggested by the member of the parliament, by Mrs. Caroline Nachtigall in September, and approved in the parliament in Europe in the mid of September, that the waterborne sector in Europe has to have a funding help from an EU level, and she suggested to have an EU inland waterway fund. It acknowledged on one side that it is necessary to do the investments into the technical development of the vessel, because there is not the money, there is not the capital and not the business case behind it, but we need inland waterway transportation in order to decarbonize the transportation sector. It emphasizes also at the same time that it must be taken public money to somehow support the sector, otherwise the sector will have a dramatic funding problems and a decreasing share of the overall model split. And it declares, it calculated also that the funding should be somewhere around 10 billion euros, which the EU has somehow to come up with and then support it. One thing which I think it is very important to mention here is that we have to take care that we are talking about a sector. We have seen so often now through the different funding programs that some countries do the funding of the IWD sector much better than other countries. And that is something we have to avoid in the future. We have somehow to come into this funding scheme where we make a European funding, where all the European countries having the same possibilities to access the money. If we start to split up here on 10 different countries and on the Danube, I'm not sure if this will lead to the success which we have to have in order to support the different asset owners in the different countries. We are here more for a common approach. Next slide, please. Already the second last one. As a Danube International, we made then also due to the circumstances which have been there during the last couple of months with regards to the drought situation in the Bellini Islands, we call for an action here at the Fairway End meeting, which we have had a couple of weeks ago, and we set very clear targets here to the European Commission, and we asked them if we can call for an action, and we should call for an action to somehow bring together the fairway management authorities together with the sector, with the best nautical people which the sector has on the Danube. Get the people together, look at the fairway conditions, evaluate the fairway conditions, and take a decision if we have to do dredging or if we have not to do dredging in order to avoid such situations which they occurred in the last 2 months. And the second thing is that due to all these changes and all these big plans which there are, NAIADES 3, Platinus 3, the Green Deal, the Fit for 55 package, we are getting out here and asking for support to the audience, to the companies, for an action which we will launch in the next year. That is Go Green, Go Smart, choose Danube IWD. We will bring here together the industry, the authorities, the policymakers, the EU, into 3 events: one on the Upper Danube, one on the Lower Danube, and one hopefully in the European Parliament or in the Commission, depending on the COVID situation. Let's see how it will be possible, if we can meet face to face or if it will be online. But this is something which we are launching next year, to bring all of them together to do something and to come up with the right tools for the future of the IWD sector. Next slide, and then coming to the conclusions. NIAIDS 3 is according to us the biggest support we could expect. It defines on the very, very short period of 8 years to achieve an increase of 25% in cargo volumes. That is a clear order from the politicians to the IWD sectors. We just have to go out now and demand from the national authorities, from the different politicians, to demand the tools for achieving this. And the tools are, we have to have the port services, the infrastructure maintenance, and we have to have financial instruments to assist the asset owners in doing the technological jump and to do the necessary investments in all of these 3 different areas. And the absolutely last statement is, if one of the sectors, that means the industry, the fairway conditions, the infrastructure, or the asset owners is missing in these funding instruments or not progressing in the same way, the others will not succeed. We can't succeed without an infrastructure. Infrastructure without asset owners makes also no sense, and port services without the other 2 makes also no sense. So it is all the 3 of us which have to come together, which have to work together in the next 8 years to achieve the goals of the European Union, which are given through the NIAIDS 3. Next slide, please. And thank you very much for listening to me. So I hope I didn't make it too long, even we are over the time. Thank you very much. Wishing you all a successful working meeting, and I will be only able to join until like 2 o'clock, and then I have to jump into a next meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leitner. Yes, indeed, we are a little bit in time constraints, but we'll make it up for sure. Well, until the break at 15 past noon Romanian time, I will invite you now to listen to some very important points of view coming directly from the business sector itself. And I mentioned in the very beginning, and I think you remembered, I spoke about some challenges, some constraints, of course, limiting the opportunities and the competitive potential of the Danube sector. Its development itself is highly dependent on the region. We have to know how to address logistic-related challenges or issues in order to improve. We cannot do this without putting some very specific accents on the Lower Danube region, which plays a definitive role, a very important role. On the other hand, we have this line of development, this huge way for logistics and transportation, and on the other hand, we have the agricultural force of Romania, which currently is, I think, ranked 6th or 7th in the European Union, with a lot of room to improve. Therefore, I have some specific questions, and I'm very happy that I can invite to the table, to the conversation, Mr. Vasile Ververoi, on one hand, as I said, he comes from the business sector, from Cargill, but also he's a chairman of the Romanian Association of Agricultural Product Traders, the ARCPA. So welcome, and be aware that I have some very specific questions for you, Mr. Varvaroi. You can hear me, yes? Your camera is on.
I hope you can hear me as well. I'm struggling with bad connection since this morning, so I hope it will be okay.
Of course. Please help us gain some insights regarding Romania's agricultural production. Maybe you can throw in some forecasts for the future. I'm very interested in your actual assessment of the situation, your X-ray of the situation, and also maybe in some recommendations, some clear steps, some clear recommendations in terms of what could we do better from now on in order for everybody to be able to be part of a why not win-win situation. Please, the floor is yours.
First of all, thank you for inviting me to participate in this event. It's an honor for me to be here. Like you said, I'm the general manager of Cargill in Romania, and I'm also the president of ARPA, which is the National Association of the Grain Traders in Romania. Our members together probably represent close to 90% of the total agricultural exports out of Romania. So I think that makes us relevant to this discussion. I was impressed, and I'm very grateful that I had the chance of seeing all the presentations before the time that I'm allowed to participate with you today. And I was especially happy to see Mr. Leitner's presentation, because he brought the voice of the customer, because one way or the other we represent the customer of the industry in this discussion. Now, it's obviously an interesting topic, and it's a very long one to be covered in 15 minutes or so. When we are to talk about the agricultural potential of the region, yeah, I will probably focus more on Romania because Romania is the main contributor when it comes to the barge flows going down to Constanța. We are not the only ones, obviously. Serbia is also a major contributor, Hungary, but these countries contribute less than what Romania does today and is expected to do tomorrow. There is also another reason that I will focus on Romania alone, because we and the Romanians in the call today will know what I'm talking about. Our fortune or our unfortune is that we are at the same time a very good and a very bad example. Yeah, and and I think we can all learn from that. Now, again, focusing on Romania alone. If I look at what happened in the last 10 years, 20 years, you name it, the good thing is that we have seen a significant growth in terms of production. To give you some numbers, we went from 16 million tons production in 2009, and I'm talking the 5 main crops that we grow: wheat, barley, corn, rapeseed, and sunnies. So we went from 16 million tons to 30 million tons, if not more, in the current year. This is by all means significant. Now, if you guys will ask me about the potential, we will definitely not end here. Our estimates show further potential growth potential of, say, 20% in the next 5 to 10 years, which is significant. There are not many countries or regions in this world where this growth potential is still available. What is driving that? When we are to talk about Romania, it's driven by two things. First of all, we have seen a significant increase of the technology applied by our customers, the farmers. And second of all, and this is also specific to Romania, it's a result of the farm consolidation. Some of you may not know, but today, Romania has 30% of the total number of farmers in Europe, where we don't operate 30% of the land bank. Yeah, that's a sign that the farm structure in the country is still very fragmented. If you look on the statistics, we are talking probably an average size of the farm of only 4 hectares, which is extremely low. The consolidation started already for a long time, and it will continue, and probably for the future will be the main driver of increasing yields. Because on the other side, the other growth potential may come only from increasing the land bank itself, which is obviously not something that we can do. I'm also happy and not surprised, let me put it this way, to see the focus of all my previous speakers when it comes to decarbonization. And this, if I look at it from my perspective, the Green Deal, the main 2 areas where the Green Deal will be relevant in the future, from my perspective, is it's transportation and agriculture. When it comes to agriculture itself, it's quite clear what the targets are. Yeah, we are talking about, for example, a pesticide reduction of 50% by 2030. That is extremely significant. 50% is not a small number. We are also targeting a 20% decrease in fertilizers use, which is again a very significant target. To a certain extent, this can be considered as a threat to a certain extent to the sustained growth of the future, because utilizing less crop inputs may result in a lower production. But you know, our history, and I'm not talking Romania, I'm talking overall agriculture, we have taken any new opportunity and developed the production further. So I think in the coming years, we will see a lot of innovation and further development that will allow both things. First of all, reduction of the crop inputs, on the other side, sustain agricultural production.
Can I just intervene with one, because the growth that you are mentioning is absolutely astonishing. So it's huge, and the prospects and the outlook for the future looks great indeed. What are the percentages in terms of transportation means? A lot of this merchandise is meant to be exported. Part of it stays in Romania, but part of it gets exported. How much do you transport on railway, on road?
I wanted and thank you for asking. Actually, but if you don't mind, I want to keep this as a separate part of my my intervention today, because it's indeed important, and probably for the group we have together today is the most important fact that we have to discuss. But let me.
I also want to know the problems that you encounter, especially on motorways.
And I will not be shy with those as well. Yeah.
Okay.
But just let me finish
please.
My idea when it comes to the Green Deal itself. Another important area is the expectation that by 2030 again, 25% of the agricultural land in Europe will be utilized for organic production. I was to a certain extent surprised by how aggressive this target is. In average today, we are probably talking at European level anywhere between 6 or 7%. Such a significant jump is going to affect our markets in many different ways. For the group today, that means one thing, and I'm happy that I heard one of my the speakers before me talking about that. We have to get used to basically transport different commodities, because each of the organic, when we are to talk about organic, we need to make sure that what we ship is what we load from the farm is what we get to the customer's table. So we have to get used to a smaller order size, different and segregated storage. We have to get used to a different way to treat, to clean, to maintain the transport means that we are using. So, okay, one way or the other, what I'm trying to, the message that I'm giving you is that we are also looking as an industry to a significant change. Now to move into the part where you were very curious to hear my opinion. Okay, I will start also with a statement. I mean, we are considered traders, but if you look, our basic activity is supply chain management. Yeah, because that's what we do. We maintain relationship with customers in the places where agricultural production is relevant, and on the other side to the customers where our products are being shipped. Probably it's not a surprise to any of you that most of our members are also owners of infrastructure relevant to our supply chain. We own silos, internal silos, port silos, silos in Constanța port, for example, but also transport means of any kind. Yeah, we own trucks, we own rail cars, we some of us even own barges. The reason we do that is a simple one. We need to be in control of our supply chain. So what we need from all of you is a competitive, indeed, and a reliable service. And yeah, again, I'm happy that Mr. Leiner identified these areas specifically. Now, to go to your question, and I will start from the total supply chain. Yeah, our starts from the farm. You have a truck in the field, you transport the commodity to an inland silo or a Danube port, no matter what the situation may be. Then you transport the commodity further towards the Constanța port, and you ship the commodity from there. If I look also on the historical development of all the relevant infrastructure or assets along the way, and starting with the farmer, we have seen in the last 20 years a huge investment at the farms level to address their logistical capability. Romania alone built more than 10 million tons of storage capacity at the farm level. If you put that into the context, it's a very big number. Also, if I take, and excuse me from jumping from one end to another, if I take Constanța port, which from my perspective can be considered one of the very good success stories that we have. If I made a comparison with some other ports in the region, for example, I hope our Bulgarian colleagues will not get mad, but if I compare the development of Constanța with the development of Varna, for example, Constanța is miles ahead. Yeah, the total storage capacity that has built in the last 15 years, we talk more than 1.5 million tons. Which is extremely big. I would say Constanța today, in terms of compact capacity, is the largest port at Black Sea. Again, it's a good example of, I would say, good cooperation between private and state interests, because okay, we were benefiting from the existing infrastructure, and we had the availability and the funds to develop the infrastructure there when it comes to port silos and things like that. I would say to the same extent, actually, that the Danube port situation is also a success story. But I will have another comment if we are ready for what the future will grow. But for the demand we had so far, I think also the development on the Danube can be considered a significant success. We developed more than 300,000 tons of storage capacity along the river, which is not small. What is left in the middle is the transportation itself. Yeah, and even if it's not relevant for the group today, I will also make some comments about the inland transportation in Romania, because I think one way or the other, the river transportation is impacted by that. Let's start with some numbers first, actually. If I look at the last year, 40% of the volume that Constanța port, okay, let me just put a number there as well. Constanța port today exports 21 million tons of agricultural products from all the countries, not only Romania, like I said. Out of that volume, 40% is coming by barges, 40% is coming by trucks, and 20% comes by railway. This is a very bad number. I mean, with all due respect, this is the bad example that I was referring to. It's a sign of inefficient infrastructure. The fact that we transport so much on trucks, and I will leave the decarbonization initiative aside, but just the simple fact that such a large portion of our production is transported to the port using the most inefficient transport means, it's a bad sign. And actually, I think last year is probably one of the best, because we had situations where this number was close to 50%, which is obviously even worse. When it comes to truck transportation, I would say that we as a country, we should put a strategy in place to significantly reduce it. If you allow me a joke, I'm also a motorcyclist, and I don't like to ride in tracks on the road. And the ones of us that are driving the Romanian roads know what I mean. Yeah, such a big quantity transported on road has a very significant impact on the quality of the roads we have. Not to mention that we are lagging there as well. When it comes to rail, I think the situation in terms of quality of the infrastructure is probably, I will not be shy to say, it's a disaster. Yeah, in the average speed that we have on transporting commodities in Romania on railway is 15 kilometers per hour. I heard somewhere that we are doing better between the two wars. So you can imagine this is very, very bad for us as a country. I heard somebody talking about that when it comes to the Danube port situation. The question is, can we, because basically we are discussing of two things. First, we need to target a significant growth there as opposed to decrease the land transportation. And on the other side, you heard me talking about an increase of the agricultural production, which will be on top of that. If the question is, are we ready for that? I would say no. Yeah, and this is the place where you are asking me about what are we struggle with and where we see the most need for change in the future.
Exactly.
And let's take it step by step. I mean, when it comes to the river transportation, dredging for me is something that we should do. One of the things that makes the river less attractive to us, it's because it's not reliable. In most of the years in the past or in the recent history, we are talking about the low water situation, the weather impact, or whatever. We have to address that. This is something by definition that the private industry cannot do. We need to ask support from the state. When it comes to the barges themselves, for this discussion, I would say also that the quality of the fleet probably needs to increase as well. We are talking about the infrastructure of the Danube ports. Definitely, we need to further develop there. And where I where because we don't normally talk about that, what I think we should target is also an increase of the loading speed. All this growth that is expected to come our way will not happen if we cannot load faster, and I think this is something that that needs to be addressed as well. Also, infrastructure to the port. We should not only talk about the port gate. The road infrastructure towards the ports, in most of the cases, I would say, has to be improved. Otherwise, I don't think that we can actually target a significant growth versus what we are doing today. Also, when it comes to what we expect for our main export gate, and that's the port of Constanța. Okay, another comment about the rail, even if it's not the topic of today's discussion, but I think we have two issues. First, we have only one way to the port. As soon as that rail line is blocked for whatever the reason, the entire industry is being stopped, and also the available infrastructure in the port itself probably deserves to be further developed. We have short tracks for shunting. We have, if I'm not wrong, we still have a lot of what we call dead fleet sitting around there. I would actually, I think would be better for everybody if we can clean the infrastructure in the port and further develop to allow a better transit. When it comes to the barge transit, I would say volume is increasing. Probably we will need some more parking space for all these barges that we are receiving to the port. And also I think the loading capacity needs to improve as well. We probably can benefit from more floating cranes than what we have today. Also, if there is somebody to listen, for us it's a pain that Constanța is when it comes to the export formalities, we have two customs to operate with, Constanța North and Constanța South. And that adds to the complexity of what we have to deal with. So, in a nutshell, I would say these would be the main areas of improvement that I will identify for the discussion today.
The numbers you just gave us say a very, very dramatic story, and I'm very curious if from Mircea Iliescu, a logistic director at Logistica Vitera, Romania, the problems look the same. In his perspective, the list of the infrastructures problems, and also the list of the proposal in order to, I don't know, to make more attractive the Danube, let's say, for transportation, is the same with yours. Mr. Iliescu?
Yeah, hello everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. So I thank Vasile for his presentation. I think he already covered also the general part, of the trader's view on the transportation topic. So I will just pick it up from where he left. And
first of all, sorry to interrupt you, but first of all, I want from you some brief examples, very specific examples of infrastructure problems that you have.
So I would love to share with you all some observations that we had this year in this environment of very high volumes moved to our exportation program, especially to Constanța. So here we will go top to the point. So especially during the high season, we have noticed a few problems that we strongly consider to be part of the general planning and understanding of the players which are forming the Romanian and the Eastern European market. So while the terminals in Constanța are more than capable to handle the intake-outtake of the volumes during the low season, which for us it's November to May.
Mr. Iliescu, I'm sorry for interrupting you just for a few seconds. I think we have some problems with what you are sharing because we are only seeing your desktop. I'm just wanting to let you know in case you have multiple screens. I just wanted to let you know that we are now seeing your blue desktop, nothing else. So maybe if you could unshare and select the proper screen or the proper content that you want to share with us, because I'm sure it's very interesting. So we would like to see it as well.
We do not have a presentation. It's just we are just having few consideration upon the subject. So
then somebody needs to stop presenting, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Yeah.
and as far as I see on the screen is the TTS group screen, not Mircea's.
Yeah, exactly. So if you just put me on the camera, we are fine. Yeah?
Perfect. Thank you.
Salut, Julian. Auzi, zi și mie.
I think somebody should mute.
Done.
We're good to go. Thank you.
Yeah, we are good to go. So while the terminals in Constanța are more than capable to handle the intake-outtake out of the season, low season, which we consider to be October, May, they tend to be overrun during the high season when multiple cargoes are overlapping. The rail infrastructure in Constanța is pushed beyond the breaking point during high season, and itself it cannot handle the sheer number of train planned to be discharged. This automatically translates into additional cost for the traders, demurrage at discharge, and idle time for everybody. Here we are talking both traders and terminals. In the same time, the number of trains in circulation allocated to the grains is limited by design. So the fleet allocated overall at the level of Romania to grains has a limited number of units. This means that all the delays encountered at discharge point would be automatically translated along the chain to the loading places because the same trains have to be used in some terms. And the overall rotation here, reading efficiency of the rail is dramatically decreasing. On the other side, the rail intakes, it's also hindered by the empty trains which are not being picked up immediately after discharging Constanța. So in this respect, in some particular cases, the terminals, in this case, cannot achieve their full intake speeds as they cannot accommodate a limitless number of loaded or empty trains in the same space. And here again, we are touching the point that Vasile sent prior to me, that the infrastructure itself in Constanța should be clean. That's a discussion that we have since maybe over 10 years now. And every year we hear a lot of promises, yeah, from the parties involved, but nothing actually happens. To put a bit of ideas on the barge flows from Romania, Bulgaria, Serbia, yeah. So here we are talking about the same principles as for the trains, but some few more problems are arising. So during the high season, overall the demand exceeds the available capacity overall. In this respect, the overall volume exported is being diminished by the impossibility to move the cargo in time via barging from the Danube loading ports to Constanța. So the effect for us as traders, as merchants, is that in some particular cases, the vessel programs, our sale program, have to be adjusted depending on the barge transportation capacity and not the other way around. So instead that this mean of transportation, barging, to be a help and a tool for us, due to the issues with the capacity and the speed, is putting us in the situation to adjust ourselves to them, which is not natural and it's not normal. Another point would be the storage space, parking space, as Vasile said, for the barges, and the number of floating cranes during for direct transshipment is not sufficient. The terminals generally in Constanța, they do not have enough crane capacities in order to operate the barges in real time. We are not saying that all of them should be in this direct transshipment to the vessels, but the speeds of transshipping goods from the barges to the vessel should be finally increased. Another thing that we want to mention is that during the last years, the barge fleet has been somehow more modernized. So we are not talking here a specific fleet, I mean by flag, Romania or Ukrainian or I don't know, Austrian, whatsoever. What we see barges that can load quantities similar to a coaster, which is 5 to 6K, 6,000 metric tons of cargo. But these units, these large units, which are the most appealing to us, are have very limited use in our South Danube sector. And here we go, which should be these factors, which are stopping the use of these big units. So, loading speeds of Danube ports, which actually are not matching the loading speeds which are requested by the barge owners. So, to come again, this happens because the biggest part of the loading infrastructure on Danube is outdated, and cannot physically intake goods and load barge units fast enough. The second one would be the general sailing draft of such units, which in connection with the general low waters that have been mentioned several times during the presentations, they do not allow the calling of all the Danube ports, and they do not allow in the low water season the sailing of the big units to Constanța. This trend that we see it for enough years already, this trend of water levels dramatically decreasing during summer is raising again the discussion of the dredging operation, which simply cannot be sustained by the grain industry or the trade industry alone. And here we will need the intervention of the association and at the end of the state. So this is a point that it's appearing over and over in all the presentations that we heard. These delays that are caused by the low waters have a snowball effect. They impact all aspects of the business, especially execution of the commercial contracts and vessel programs. In addition to this, it generates a big cost for the traders, such as commercial penalties, low water surcharges / dead rates for the riven units, and in the mirror, the vessel and the demurrage occurring from the vessel delays at the end. So due to the specific of the trade, the cargo is most of the time bought a few months in advance compared with the delivery periods. And this means that it's almost impossible to pinpoint and anticipate the potential problems that I just described yeah, in real time. So all those losses are at the end of the day being simply subtracted from our commercial margins in today's environment. And this is a situation that we do not accept and cannot generally continue, yeah, as a message for the industry. So even though generally, as a statement, the barge fleet is constantly improved and modernized, still a very big part of it is still very old and outdated. As an effect of that is that our suppliers, being farmers or intermediary merchants, are very often refusing to consider the draft survey readings of the units as a stable and fair way of establishing the quantity loaded on a unit. The condition of some particular units make them almost not worthy of grains movement, and as more and more cases are occurring, these units will be somehow naturally being put out of the market by the customers like us, the traders. What to say, because I have a full list but very limited time. So we would like to be a bit covered to the variation of the diesel price. We do not see a very clear mechanism in place where those variations can be anticipated somehow. So we do not see a protection mechanism for the customers when such fluctuation in the fuel occurs. And in the same time, and very much linked to that, traders overall are being exposed to freight variations. So we are beginning to see.
Mr. Iliescu, sorry, but because how you were saying, we are a little bit behind the schedule. In the end, I would please share with us, emphasize your proposal, your solution for the problems you already presented.
Very shortly, there are just few points. So for the physical movement, we are seeing the dredging operation, which can guarantee a constant water level, suitable for navigation through the year, regardless of the season. Yeah. A general improvement over overall Danube port infrastructure. Here we are talking loading speeds, buffer spaces, enough parking and intake capabilities. And the last, and I think the biggest one, is this optimizing the rail and barge infrastructure in Constanța port, regardless the operator, yeah, in order to have a smooth operation for the bulky goods to the port. And that would be all from our side.
Thank you very much, Mr. Iliescu.
Thank you.
Well, we'll stay. We'll keep the topic. We'll keep the transportation topic active. We'll go to the national navigation company to Navrom and to Mr. Cătălin Țigănuș, the general director of Navrom. Good to see you. Good to see you again. Welcome to our table. We'll also invite Mr. Călin Marinescu, one of the largest port operators in Constanța, representing ADM. So I think there are a lot of things that can be improved, Mr. Țigănuș. We have the potential. It's definitely unexploited. What we would be able to do with the Lower Danube, with the Danube itself, in terms of economical development, logistical development, transportation for the agricultural sector, but not only, including serving the port of Constanța with a lot of inflow and vice versa, is absolutely huge. I would be very interested to in your view, in your perspective, in your assessment of the situation, and at the same time, being an expert in the sector, in your proposals in order to be able to move forward?
So Navrom have a capacity for transport of more than 400 barges and more than 30 pushers, out of which 20 liner pushers and 10 small pushers for maneuvering. And they are able to cover, let's say, all the ports along the Danube from Romania, majority of the ports along the Danube from Romania and from Serbia. But and we are transporting yearly around 8.5 million tons of goods, out of which around 25%, representing 2.2 million tons, are represented grains. We are yearly invest more than 10 million euro for developing the fleet. We are putting yearly between 10 up to 15 barges renewal with and modernized with aluminum hatches in order to satisfy the increasing demand of the clients for protecting their goods during the transportation. So we are investing a lot in order to comply with traders' demands. And we are also facing with the problems which for us as navigators, let's say we know what to do in this period of time. We have a good cooperation with the AFDG, which is near us in Galați, and we are keeping close to them, and all our captains are measuring and changing information concerning the fairway. And I want to share with you the fact that before 1990, it was a notification from the AFDG when let's say level of Cernavodă is less than 100, you have to use Balabocea channel. Especially during the last, let's say, 5-10 years, during the fact that the dredging works were done properly, right now, even in a low water period of time, at zero level Cernavodă, we are passing with 2.5 and using the direct route, which is, let's say, for the industry and for the traders, I think it is a good sign. Anyhow, this dredging works have to be continued and have to be done properly with equipment more efficient. And I think at least AFDG is well prepared, and we think also that by using our lobby, industry, port operators, Danube commissions, and so on, also the critical sector from Bulgarian part of the Danube will be improved also. Regarding because of the topics from your side, it is what can be done regarding infrastructure, administrative, and tariffs bottlenecks.
Exactly.
Infrastructure. It is let's say I think it is have to be respected the plans and the strategy which were let's say planned for this. Regarding port administration, it is, let's say, as per the Romanian law, more than 50% from the income have to be invested in maintenance. This have to be done, and this have to be, let's say, measured by the Ministry of Transport and the Port Operators Association in order to be, let's say, to be sure that the money was spent correctly. I know that because Navrom is member of TTS group, TTS have possibilities to have their managing their own ports along the Danube, in Galați, in Brăila, Giurgiu, Oltenița, Bechet, Turnul Severin. They are investing a lot of money in these ports in order to reach, let's say, a normal operational rates. Because let's say we have barges huge barges of 2,000 and 3,000 tons capacity, which can load more than 1,500 tons each. And it is, let's say, not acceptable for us to keep a pusher into the port and to load, let's say, 1,000, not to reach the loading rate of 1,000 tons per day. This costs a lot of, not performing this rate costs for us a lot. Blocking the pusher, money for the crew, additional charges for charges by port administration, team for operational of the hatches are charging us double, and this have to be, let's say, this have to be improved, and this have to be done only by investments from the private sector. Regarding another solution, which have to be, I know, which have to be clear, to be done, is to have a proper system for information together with ship owners, port operators, clients, traders, and so on regarding arrival of the vessel in port, regarding possibility or regarding bottlenecks. And we are investing also in this informatic system in Avrom, in digitalization, in order to be sure that when we arrive with the convoys in port, and our convoys are huge convoys, 8-9 barges, we will be able to load proper in time. Another issue is, let's say, which have to be considered from your side or from everybody's side, that that's comparing with 2009, something like that, or let's say before 1990s, with due to the average of the fleet, it is old fleet. I think in Romania more than 20% of the fleet was cutted. So and in order to be replaced, it needs huge investments. Last year, I know that we are, let's say, discussing with some shipyards about the possibilities for new construction build, and the cost, let's say, cost for one barge, Europe to barge, which is, let's say, more used for almost the Danube, is more than 1.5 million euro. And after this increasing from the last year of the steel plate, which was doubled, I think it's right now it's approaching 2 million euro per barge. So under these terms, our, let's say, strategy is to try to make more rapidly the turners of the barges. How can we do this? We have to put additional pushers in critical area, and not only in critical area, but in ports, in order to, let's say, to allow liner pushers to run continuously, and to have possibility to collect from certain areas all the loaded barges in due time. Additional thing which additional issues which have to be taken in consideration is the fact that we have to work on possibility for diminish the time spent for by the owners for revisions and border control. I know that I discussed this issue before, but without any success, because, let's say, for the road transportation between Giurgiu and Ruse, it is only one border control team. In Romania, you have to make a revision with the convoy in Giurgiu. You spend time in Giurgiu. After that, you go to Ruse, another border control, and the time spent by the owner is double, at least double. Because during the night the revision are not done, and if you are not reaching in due time the border control, you have to wait till tomorrow. And these issues have to be, let's say, to be sustained. I think both by all parties, also industry, also port operators, also traders, in order to find a solution for, let's say, for diminishing of the time spent, not and to recover this time for navigation, not for formalities. Another issue I shall think it's the possibility for apply during this period of low water surcharge to apply it to the administration in order to, let's say, to support the increasing of the cost of the ship owners by offering facilities for taxation, because it is clear that we are loading in this period of time the barges at less than 50%, and we are charged at the ton capacity of the barge. So in an average of for a whole year, let's say the normal, it is, let's say, if the cargo is reaching 85% from the maximum capacity of the barge, and you are paying, let's say, for an entire capacity of the barge during the low water period of time, you are the administration and the Danube Channel administration are charging us double the pay for the cargo, for the metric tons of cargo transported. Another possibilities for, let's say, where for diminishing of the time spent for passing of the critical area. I know that, let's say, last year it was also a period of low water, and the administration, APPD and AFDG from Bulgaria and from Romania have to done the measurements, because they bought new specialized vessel for these measurements, have to done these measurements more frequently, because it is clear that we receive daily the information from them about the quality and the depth of the fairway, but not any time these figures are correct, because we put our captains and make the measurements in the critical area, and they found anything else. And together with, let's say, with the cooperation with the other ship owners like DDSG and WDP from Ukraine and from Germany, we try to find, let's say, proper solution to, let's say, to find another channel in this period, in these critical sectors. I know that let's say I know that last year during the pandemic, all the controls along the borders were done by using electronic systems. All the documents from the ship owners, cargo documents and crew documents, were sent to the border control teams electronically, and this works. After this, the authorities came back to the old systems and caused us huge delays. I know that I think that this system have to be improved, and to be avoid the blocking of the convoys in critical area, in border controls point from Romania, Bulgaria, Serbia, and so on. I think that this is regarding. I want to point also something. Anybody who are claiming the Green Deal and the possibilities to make the investment into the pushers in order to comply with new system of green NOxes, reducing NOxes, and so on and so on. For the moment, if we are discussing about alternative fuel, we are discussing about electric pushers, and we are discussing about hydrogen. But the market along the Danube is not prepared for providing such features, because let's say no possibility, no supply chains were fixed for supplying of hydrogen. It is not clear yet how it will be done, and for sure we will have to face another problem, because it is not acceptable to change the possibility for alternative fuel like hydrogen by using an old vessel. You cannot refurbish the actual vessels for comply with the hydrogen supply chain, and I think this will cause this will need investments in new pushers. And for the moment, if even right now a cost of a liner pusher, it took around 5 million euro. For the one which will be constructed for using hydrogen, I think will be doubled. And as far as I know, the money from the EU for this investment for the moment are not clear. This is all I want to know. I'm waiting for your calls. If you have to be developed, I near you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Adrian already told us that Mr. Călin Marinescu from ADM Constanța is with us. It must be really frustrating to see so much potential and also to encounter in your daily activity so many bottlenecks when we speak, for example, about grain transport. So this is the reason why, first of all, I would like to know from you, which is the savior in this story? The Romanian authorities, the industry itself, the EU, who has to come up with a solution in order to fix also things like we heard before. If we want green transport, we have to invest, but we do not have the money for this moment. I think we have a small problem with the sound.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, perfect. We can hear you loud and clear. It's good. All good.
So I am Călin Marinescu. I'm working for ADM, and I'm in charge with the Danube fleet owned by ADM in Romania. So I will reinstate what my colleagues said, what Manfred said, what Herfried said, what Cătălin Țigănuș said. The biggest problem for the river transportation at this moment is that we are weather dependent. We depend on the water level on the river and on the weather conditions for loading, for discharging. We need to have some generally established minimum fairway conditions, so we can forecast our transportation, we can predict the voyage times, and to build better logistics. Besides this, there are problems with the port entrances on the Danube, and also in some areas with the water level at the loading berths. Another option would be, we faced this year minimum water levels on the Danube without managing to have any predictability of the water levels. So the water level dropped very fast. We were not receiving, let's say, 1 week forecast or 10 days forecast. So, and almost, I don't know, 20% of the Danube of the Danube owners were blocked in the areas of shallow waters. So we clear-cut need a forecast for the Danube flow, for the water level, when it's going, the water level to decrease, and when it's going, when will go up. This will really help the commercial flow on the Danube and the Danube transportation. Besides this, regarding on the green efficiency, that's why we are here. We would need a better network infrastructure for supplying of hydrogen vessels, for the electrical vessels. So I think to obtain better efficiency on this, we have to start from the beginning and first to have the network infrastructure established, and then we can continue further. I would be short, and I think these are the main things, main issues we are facing on the Danube, and that's these are the starting points from where we have to go forward.
Thank you. Yes.
If there are any questions,
I'm sure there will be, and my proposal and Joanna's proposal would be to keep them for the end debate, for the open discussion, for the Q&A session. But it's definitely clear, because I hear dredging. The water depth is a problem, and of course there is so much that we have to do in terms of climate measures adoption, or respectively climate protection adoptions. Okay, this will be an intensive, long, and very costly process, but we'll do it. It's part of the Fit for 55 agenda. It will be part of the Green Deal, or it's an integrated part of the Green Deal agenda. But I think infrastructure works that should and can be performed shouldn't be a hurdle for developing business. It's really hurtful to hear from traders, from business owners, from companies, from people who could bring growth to the sector and to the economy itself, that a certain area with high potential, with huge potential, is not reliable enough, be it for the weather or for the water levels. And yes, this is something that I think the state institution, the public institutions, the finance providers should be very interested on. And as you said very well, regardless of the season, we have to perform. Otherwise, we'll have issues. Joanna, a very interesting first session today.
This is the reason why we have a part 2. I hope also at least as interesting as the first one. My proposal to you is to stay connected, to stay in the Zoom meeting during the break that we are preparing to enter for the next 30 minutes.
20. Let's make it 20 this time. Let's make it 20. We'll have a short lunch break for 20 minutes, and we'll reconvene. We'll meet here. Stay connected. Leave the Zoom active on our streaming platforms. We'll put a break screen, so don't worry. Let's reconvene and meet again in 20 minutes from now, 5 minutes after 2 Romanian time. 5 minutes after 1 Central European time. And thank you everybody for being with us. See you in 20 minutes. A well-deserved break after a very interesting first session.
And the second one, how I was telling, it will be at least the same interesting as
I mean, it's really interesting to have so much expertise in one room, even if it's digital for the moment. I hope to see you all back in a very classic conferencing format starting next year, when things will hopefully start to normalize again. Nevertheless, I think it was a tremendous first session. Good conclusions. It's good that the economy is moving forward, but still hurdles and bottlenecks. It's like a Groundhog Day, you know. It's when problems keep repeating and reappearing.
May I have 30 seconds for a confession?
Please.
You know, I'm a big fan of National Geographic series with mega structures. And after the first part, I realized that when we speak about the lower region of the Danube, there is nothing about these kind of mega structures. It's about mega needs and mega problems. And I'm pretty sure that in the next 4th presentations, because we will speak about ports especially, definitely we will see that the list of the needs and the problems from this point of view is even longer than what we heard from the speakers in the first part.
Yes, but I mean, it's all doable. The infrastructure is there. It needs to get revamped. It needs investment. It needs refurb. But I think as long as the professionals are involved and the international cooperation is still of importance, I think things can be done and a lot of solutions can be found. Now, just minutes before we head off with or seconds before we head off with our next panel, may I ask you, everybody involved, just to start your cameras for maybe for just a few seconds, in terms of a flash mob style. We'll do just we'll do a print screen. We'll do a screenshot of the of everybody involved. And it's very good to have as many faces as possible, even though, okay, we're still in a digital environment, we're still online, but I think it's good to have everybody on. And my colleagues will keep and freeze this this moment as all the cameras will be on. Of course, if cameras are valid. Looks impressive. Looks much better. Okay, so thank you very much, Ioana. I would propose to head on. It's we're still 2 panels ahead. We'll talk about ports, and you anticipated it very good. We'll speak about infrastructure and superstructure. We'll speak about future needs, and we should be very focused on opportunities, and we should be very focused on what can be done, what should be done, but what can be done with a sort of a realistic approach, nonetheless constructive. And as a first speaker, because I want international input, and we have prepared ourselves for an international input. We'll have speakers from Bulgaria, from Ukraine, from Moldavia, and from Romania as well in this before last panel. And I'm inviting Mr. Georgiev. He's a project expert for the BRCCI, the Bulgarian Romanian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and we are going to enter this discussion regarding ports, the situation of ports. Mr. Georgiev has a presentation. If he wants just he can tell us. We'll put it on. Mr. Tsankov, unfortunately, he's no longer able to join the conversation, but we'll have a very, very, very good input and conversation with Mr. Georgiev. So let's start from the same shared experience, from the same let's say X-ray of the situation, but looking forward towards solutions. Mr. Georgiev, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, I have a presentation and I'd like to share it, but it says I cannot. So it says that I cannot share my screen.
Now it's
okay.
Good to go.
Okay, so just a second. Okay, everybody can see it?
Yes, absolutely. It works just fine.
Okay, so I will be presenting Port Bull Market on behalf of Mr. Petar Tsankov, the infrastructure and the future needs. So some general information to start. The company is actually a consortium with many different subsidiaries, over 1,000 employees, established in 1996. And it's not just a local market company. It has presence in the neighboring Bulgarian, in the Bulgarian neighbors, such as Romania, Serbia, and Macedonia. It's actually, Port Bull Market is the largest private port in Bulgaria on the Danube, with, it has over 37,000 square meters of surface area, 15,000 square meters of storage, open storage, and closed, as well as closed warehouses, 7 berths and 4 terminals for various types of cargo, as well as all types of connections to the hinterland. The types of cargo which are handled at the port are various, like crude oil. The main type of cargo is crude oil and petroleum products, but also general cargo such as steel coils and plates, as well as bulk cargo and agricultural products such as grains and meals. Regarding the agricultural products, the port has a silo complex with 7 silos and 15,000 cubic meters of capacity. The silo complex is equipped with the most modern technology for tracking grain moisture and following the share of the capacity which is filled, as well as the grain dryer ventilation system and all other necessary installations for such a facility. There is a berth, so a special, one of the 4 berths is actually a specialized berth for grain cargo, which is near the port complex. And it has a loading capacity of between 150 and 200 tons of grain per hour. And near the silo complex, there is a transport line from one of the subsidiaries of the company, which is a vegetable oil plant, which has a loading capacity of 100 tons per hour. Also, there is a storage in the port for storing grain, which has the storage facility itself has a direct rail connection to the national railway network.
Mr. Georgiev, I'm just intervening for a second here. Just please, in order for my colleagues from the control room to be able to follow you, just ask for the next slide, and they will be able to change it for the live stream as well. So whenever you're ready for the next slide, they will put it on screen as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the grain storage also has 1,500 tons of volume capacity, and a bridge crane for supplying the grain for loading of trucks and wagons. The crane capacity has 60 tons per hour loading capacity. You can see here the different types of agricultural products and product types which are handled in the port. These are just some of the agricultural products. Of course, there are many more, like wheat, barley, etc. But you can see, at least in the last few years, how many tons of sunflower or rapeseed and soybean and biodiesel has been handled through the port, as well as the general the types of cargo in terms of general and liquid and bulk cargo handled through the quay and through the warehouse. And these are the fuel terminals that the company has in different locations, both in Bulgaria and Romania. Actually, the many different types of terminals handle various types of fuel, such as LPG, NLG, and diesel, biodiesel, and such. And you can see the different types of volume of fuel that the storage facilities have, and the daily capacity for loading and unloading of fuel. Let's move on. This is one of the subsidiaries of Bull Market. This is Austria Bioplant, a company established in 2007. Like I said, this is a vegetable oil and biodiesel production company. Its location is near the city of Ruse, actually 20 kilometers from the city of Ruse. And the company exports its production not only in the Balkans, but also in Western Europe, in countries such as Italy, Germany, and Austria. And you can see here the main product portfolio of Austria Bioplant, which is the main product is biodiesel, of course, but also meals, refined glycerin, and raw and degummed oils. Another one of the Bull Market subsidiaries is a rail carrier, the first private rail carrier in Bulgaria, as well as a carrier who recently got a license to operate in Romania as well. In 2020, actually, they got their license to perform transportation in the Romanian railway network. The company services the necessary traffic for its purposes in Bucharest and Ploiești, but in the near future plans to expand towards Arad, Hungary, and from there to Central and Western Europe. Here you can see the main types of wagons and locomotives that the company has. 16 electric locomotives and 12 diesel locomotives, as well as many wagons for different types of cargo, for grain cargo, you can see it has 24 wagons, as well as many others either own their own wagons or rented for petroleum products. And in terms of future plans, the company plans to unite all of its subsidiaries that it has right now into 2 companies. Bull Market Group, which will unite all companies which deal with mineral fuels and the logistics, and Austria Finance, which will include all companies which deal with production and trade of biodiesel. For the next year, the company plans to invest a total of $42 million in different, mainly infrastructure projects, like expanding its infrastructure, and increase the production of biofuels and pharmaceutical glycerin. That was basically my presentation. I'm sorry I couldn't go into much more detail. I hope I've covered most what you wanted to hear from me.
And also, how Adi was saying, we have a Q&A section. If there are any questions regarding your presentation, of course, you will give us all the details in that Q&A section.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Aneta Ohanessian, she's an expert for Ukrainian Ports Authority, will give us an overview. Hello. An overview of the situation in the Ukrainian ports in 2021. And also, I hope she will help us with some brief solutions for the problems that she already listed. The floor is yours, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Aneta Ohanessian, and I'm a representative of the Department of Strategic Planning and Foreign Affairs of State Enterprise Ukrainian Seaports Authority. Today, I would like to speak about the status of infrastructure in Ukrainian agriculture ports of the Danube region. Can you please show my presentation? Or I need to translate my screen? Oh, okay.
Good to go.
Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay. Ukraine has favorable natural conditions for the development of agriculture production, which is its traditional activity. Odessa region is highly developed industrial region of the state, the industry of which plays a significant role in the structure of the national economic complex of Ukraine. The main specialization of agriculture production of the region is grain and cattle breeding, with developed production of sunflower, grapes, poultry, and pig breeding. Next slide, please. The port of Reni, let's start with a brief introductions of 3 ports. The port of Reni is a maritime port located on the Danube River at the junction of the Ukrainian, Romanian, and Moldovan borders at the intersection of international transport corridors. Transshipment of grain cargo is carried out by means of 15 berths, allowing to accept the vessels with a draft of up to 7 meters using several technologies: grapple crane cargo handling and unloading directly from a bulk carrier through an elevator, as well as through the terminals of port operators of joint stock company Reni Elevator and Reni Line LLC. Taking into account that the state terminal operator of Reni Ports doesn't have its own storage tanks, grain cargo is handled according to the direct technology, rail wagon grain carrier, and to the bulk carrier. And the transshipment rate of state terminal operator at Reni Port is around 1,000 tons per day for an average working day under favorable weather conditions. Reni port is the only port in Ukraine which is served by the railway of the neighboring state, the Republic of Moldova. Due to the passage of direct railway transport, as a result, the uncompetitiveness of railway tariffs for the port of Reni in comparison with railway tariffs for neighboring ports, it practically doesn't process grain for export, processing mainly transit grain cargo from Moldova, which is sent to the countries of Central Europe, Asia, and Africa. Next slide, please. The port of Izmail is a maritime port located on the left bank of the Kilia mouth between 84 and 94 kilometers of the Danube River. Vessels enter the port through the Sulina Canal or through the deepwater fairway channel, Danube River, Black Sea. 3 inland waterway sections belonging to the 10T Rhine-Danube corridor link the port of Izmail with the port of Sulina and Black Sea. Izmail port is not specialized on the transportations and handling of agriculture products, and the main cargo of Izmail port is ore, which constitutes up to 75% of total turnover of the port. And second largest share in Izmail turnover has metal and steel cargoes. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. Port of Uzdunaysk is a maritime port located in the southern part of the Zhebranska Bay of the Black Sea. At the present time, Uzdunaysk seaport has been engaged in the majority of cargo transshipment from seagoing vessels for further transportation to the countries of the Danube and in the opposite direction, as well as servicing passenger ships. Port is specialized on grain export and oil products. Cargo storage is provided at a warehouse with an area of 960 square meters and at open air storage areas of almost 11,000 square meters. Next slide, please. Okay, let's talk about existing rail infrastructure connections. At the Reni seaport, there are 6 operators which have the equipment necessary for unloading grain and other agricultural bulk cargo. Loading and unloading capacities in the port allow to unload around 150 wagons per day. 3 port operators on 3 railway fronts are loading 60 wagons per day of grain. 100 wagons in big bags are unloaded at the second and third fronts by 3 port operators and by portal cranes. Next slide, please. Speaking about main bottlenecks and issues with regards to Reni port railway connections, it has to be mentioned that the performance of the port during the last 5 years remains unchanged. Volumes of cargo in comparison with the indicators of cargo handling of the last century are considerably reduced. One of the issues is high rail transportation tariffs to and from Reni port due to an absence of railroad access from the port to the rest of Ukrainian territory. Thus, goods are transported through the territories of Transnistria and the Republic of Moldova, which increase the rail tariff on average of $5 per ton. Next slide, please. At the present time, there is no direct connection of the Reni station with the railway stations of the rest of Ukraine. So all rail transportations are carried out through Moldavian stations of the state enterprise railways of Moldova. Through the border crossing of Giurgiulești and to Reni, connections are provided by Moldavian and Romanian rail. This has, as I mentioned before, this has a significant negative impact on the tariff rates of transportation and negatively affects the volume of cargo handling in the port of Reni, namely because bad logistical connection with Ukraine. As shown in the figure, the decrease in freight turnover began in the period of Soviet Union disestablishment, and during the last 30 years, it has decreased by almost 90%. Next slide, please. In Izmail port, this port is served by 1 railway station with 3 railway entrances and connections with the Izmail-Odessa railway. The total length of the railway from Odessa to Izmail is 287 kilometers, which makes it technically possible to provide an average speed, taking into account stops and restrictions, not less than 70 kilometers per hour. From Odessa to Belgorod-Dnistrovsky, the track is electrified. Then to Izmail, the trains are driven by diesel locomotives assigned to the locomotive depot at the Odessa station, with undergoing maintenance to the turnaround depot at Artsy station. And the port of Uzdunaysk doesn't have any railway connections. Next slide, please. Ukrainian ports of the Danube region are connected by highways, which are adjoined to the international highway M15, Odessa, Izmail, Reni, Bucharest. M15 is in a good technical condition and requires only general maintenance. The M15 highway has a strategic importance for the economic development of the south of Ukraine because it connects 5 ports on the Black Sea and serves as a transport corridor for heavy-duty trucks heading to the Giurgiuleshti International Border Crossing Point. And in the port of Uzdunaysk, cargo isn't transported by road, but only by water transport. Next slide, please. Let's talk about grain terminals. In Reni Seaport, different terminal operators provide agricultural cargo handling. So Agro Reni LLC is a large operator in the port of Reni, which is a subject of Reni Free Economic Zone. The main activity of the company is transshipment of grain and oilseeds. The company is a subsidiary of Rus Agro Prim, which is the largest grain trader and agriculture producer in the Republic of Moldova. Moldovan grain through the seaport of Reni goes to Turkey, Italy, Greece, Egypt, and other countries. The grain terminal of Agro Reni LLC provides simultaneous processing of various grains, oilseeds, legumes, and packaged cargo. The terminal storage capacity can provide one-time storage of 15,000 tons of cereals. Next slide, please. Terminal for grain cargo handling and production of fodder, which belongs to Reni Line LLC, provide transshipment of grain cargo in the port of Reni on a modern complex. Depths at the berths of the terminal reach 9 meters and allow handling all ships that pass through the approach channels. The terminal also carries out the shipment of grain in containers with further transportation through the port of Constanta. The grain complex of Reni Line LLC envisaged installation of 4 additional silos with a capacity of 25,000 tons. This will increase the capacity for handling cargo up to 200,000 tons per year. Next slide, please. Reni Elevator Ltd provides services for the collection, loading, unloading, storage for grain and other agricultural cargo, and also provides storage in warehouses with a total capacity of about 40,000 tons, with the possibility of grain processing by drying and cleaning to the necessary conditions. The share of goods processed by Reni Elevator Ltd in previous years amounted to 18% in the total volume of cargo turnover of Reni Seaport. Amongst the goods processed by Reni Elevator, 50% was grain. The rest was represented by other bulk cargoes. Stent Enterprise Reni Commercial Seaport is a state-owned terminal operator, which has 1 cargo terminal and specializes in cargo handling operations for handling dry bulk, general cargo, and liquid bulk. The ultimate cargo handling capacity of Reni Commercial Seaport is about 20 million tons per year. The share of cargo processed by port at Reni is considerably small due to the need of modernization of the existing equipment and port facilities. Next slide, please. Ltd Izmail Elevator carries out handling of dry bulk cargoes, namely grain. The elevator has a capacity of 27,000 tons of simultaneous storage. It's a part of holding company Agro Invest Group, Ltd. The priority direction of holdings activities plan growing. New Energy Ltd is a terminal operator, owner of the transshipment complex for different types of cargo, including agriculture and general cargo in Izmail. The area of the complex is 24 hectares. There is also availability of covered warehouses with a total area of 70,000 square meters. The technical equipment of the transshipment complex allows to process bulk cargo arriving by rail and road with the subsequent vessel shipment. Next slide, please. State enterprise Izmail Commercial Seaport is handling around 95% of the total cargo volume of Izmail port. Agriculture products possess a small share in total cargo handling volume, but projects aim to expand handling capacities for agriculture cargoes and are foreseen in the development plans of Izmail. The port plans to develop the infrastructure for grain and other bulk agriculture products of sea terminals. Thus, within 10 years, a complex of facilities for transshipment and storage of general and bulk agriculture cargo will be built on the 85-kilometer section of the Danube River. Depths will increase from 4.5 to 7 meters. The capacity of the terminal is planned to be 200,000 tons. Next slide, please. The largest share of agriculture bulk cargo handling volumes of the Kilia port point of the Uzdunaisk seaport belongs to private operator the Transship LLC. It's a division of the Transship group of companies, which are more than 10 years, has been a leader in the grain handling sector of Azov Black Sea Basin. Strumok elevator is one of the key links in the logistics chain of the Transship group in Bessarabia. It's located at the intersection of highways to Kilia and Vilkove and has been operating since 2019. During the peak season, the traffic of grain carriers is almost 140 cars per day. The capacity of the elevator is 14,000 tons per week. Daily, Strumok elevator handles around 2,000 tons of grain and provides loading of 1,500 tons. Next slide, please.
Please prepare for closing in 3 minutes.
Okay. State enterprise Uzdunaisk Commercial Seaport is a state-owned terminal operator providing various logistics services for handling grain, including the organization of import, export, and transit grain transportation by means of maritime, inland waterways, and road transport through the territory of Ukraine, Moldova, and European Union countries. Grain processing terminal is located in the port of Kilia. It was designed for transshipment of grain exported to the countries of the Middle East and the Mediterranean. The depths at the berths make it possible to accept the vessels with a dead weight of 5,000 tons, and the capacity of the complex is 100,000 tons per month. The transshipment intensity is 2,500 tons of grain per day, and the storage tanks of the terminal were designed for 2,000 tons of grain. Next slide, please. So to speak about conclusions, I wanted to say that the main problem that was acute until recently was a catastrophic shortage of grain carriers, but now it has been partially solved by increasing the number of private wagons. But another problem has arisen, the turnover and the lack of traction rolling stock at private joint stock company Ukrzaliznica, plus the grain carriers and units of the rolling stock that the company possess have significant physical and technical wear and tear. Also, another problem is the electrification of the railway, the absence of electrification. So it could be a dramatic solution to the railway problems in the south of Odessa, which will result in a gain in transportation cost owing to the switch to electric traction, and this will also allow the trains to run a little bit faster speed. Next slide, please. And one of the most pressing problems in highways in the operation of dimensional and weight control over vehicles transporting grain cargo. The fact is that the main weight control system posts are located on the roads leading to seaport. On the rest of roads, cargo is transported without monitoring compliance with established norms. As a result, companies located in the port areas of Ukraine find themselves in discriminatory positions. So at the same time, the control procedure itself should be revised, and all vehicles with axle overload without restriction on the total weight should be subjected to penalty. Next slide, please. To summarize the foregoing, it can be concluded that Ukrainian Danube ports with maritime status have the requisite infrastructure to manage the volume of agricultural goods in the region, but capacity upgrade is required. As a result, certain berths at the port of Rini must be rebuilt, and capital maintenance work in the harbor of the port of Uzdunaysk is required. Furthermore, cargo handling equipment is in desperate need of updating. Next slide, please. And that was all for my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ohanessian. I will keep it very short because I want to gather inputs and the perspective of the Republic of Moldova as well. So I invite here by Mr. Matthias von Tucher. He's the General Director of the Danube Logistics Group. So Mr. Tucher, please.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much for.
Yeah, we can hear you, we can see you. So please.
That's perfect. Now I just try to launch my presentation here. Just a second.
Or my colleagues, if they have it, they can.
Actually, I briefly. Yes, here it's not possible. So please, your colleague should just put the presentation. It's fine.
Yeah, and you will just ask for the next slide, and they will be ready to show it. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Here you see a picture of the George Alesi International Freeport. It looks quite empty. You know, it's a relatively young port, and the operation started in 2007. And the picture is a couple of years old. I can ensure you that today it's much fuller alongside the shores. Next slide, please. So just an information who we are. We are a Moldovan company. Actually, our shareholder company sits in the Netherlands. And just in May this year, the European Bank for Restructuring and Development, the EBRD, took over the Danube Logistics groups of companies in order to safeguard and to ensure future operations of the port. Next. So we are a port with access to the Black Sea and the Danube River, so a sea river port. We also have a business park adjacent to our area, to our terminal area. In total, you know, our whole port structure is leased from the government for a period of 99 years. We have about 50 residents in the port. In the moment, we have some big construction projects ongoing, so our investment in the port will exceed the $100 million until end of this year. Next. Here you see the location. So the location for Moldova is very strategic. If you look at the left picture here, you see how the southern tip of Moldova is in between the borders between Romania and Ukraine. So as I think commonly known, the access of Moldova to the Danube River is about 450 meters, but we also use the route about 800 meters. So in the moment, about 1,200 meters shoreline, which currently we have 4 berths in operation, and the 5th berth is in planning, where we want to start the construction next year. Next. So here you see an overview of our terminals. Just briefly, we have 4 terminals at the Danube, 2 and 2 at the Prut River. At the Danube River, we can provide a draft for vessels up to 7 meters. At the Prut, it depends on the low water season, but usually, I mean, we do our we do dredging by ourselves in the port area, and we guarantee minimum 5 meters, even in low water season. In the oil terminal, mainly we import mineral oils, but we have a quite substantial volume of vegetable oil which is exported. We have 2 grain terminals, 2 specific grain terminals with installed fixed loading facilities for grain and seeds operated by one of our residents. And we also do transshipment and grain handling at our general cargo and container terminal. Important to mention that we have 2 railway lines within our port in Moldova. In Moldova, the Russian railway line is used, but we have a European line as well. Next. So here you see like the old tanks of vegetable oil. So Transoil Group, they when they established silos for their grain terminal. I just go briefly onto the vegetable oil, but you know that the volume is quite significant. So in the average, we transship between 80 to 100,000 tons of vegetable oil per year. So it's quite significant. And so here the storage capacity was still small. So they brought all the vegetable oil from the rest of Moldova by trucks, actually. If you go to the next slide, please. And currently, a company of Transoil Group, the company Danube Oil, they're establishing a huge vegetable oil or sunflower seeds crushing plant in the port, which is actually a state-of-the-art technology and will be the most modern crushing plant in the Black Sea region, with the production capacity of 700 tons of sunflower seeds per day. And by that, we will increase our volume of transshipment of vegetable oil as well. Start of operation, it's scheduled for the first quarter of next year. It's really a very impressive facility. Next. So here you see our storage facilities, our original ones, which were established in 2009, with a storage capacity of 70,000 tons. On the right side, this is the state railway here, the Georgia Lest railway station. And there you see a conveyor belt, and this conveyor belt connects the storage facilities directly with the grain terminal at the Prut River. Next. So, and here you see this conveyor belt goes to the Prut. You see the Prut in the front with this maritime vessel. In the back, you see the forest that already belongs to Romania, and behind you see the Danube coming down from Galați. So here it's like a traditional loading facility with a nominal loading rate of 300 or 350 tons per hour. Next one. And this is a newer facility which was established a couple of years ago. It also is operated by a company of Transoil, and here they have a loading rate of 800 tons per hour, and they use telestack, high-speed telestack to load maritime vessels. So here at the Danube, you can load vessels which are in the, you know, the construction type of the vessels is different. So when we have low water, like in the moment, okay, or like last week at the Prut, then we often receive shallow draft vessels, and these normal type of construction vessels with the higher draft, they will be served here at the Danube berth. So they have a flexibility, and it's also interesting if there's low water and they don't have a shallow draft vessel at the port, but a normal one, then they do shifting. They load the first half at the port and then they shift to the Danube berth. And in the moment they are upgrading the storage facilities here. So in total, we have a transshipment of about 400,000 tons of grain at these two terminals, but the capacity is actually exceeding 1 million tons. Next. So here you see an example of grain storage facilities. So the bottleneck in our port has always been that Trans Oil, they operated two grain terminals and they owned all the storage facilities. So the bottleneck was that other companies would like to also order vessels, but we have another berth where we can do the transshipment, but you need to have storage facilities in the port in order to accumulate all the volume which you need in order to load maritime vessels up to 6,500 tons. And now in the last 1 or 2 years, we have received many interests and many requests, and now there are many more storage facilities for agricultural products under construction. And we contracted a couple of more, so the total storage volume, that the storage capacity will now increase on the one hand, but also now we have other big grain exporter from Moldova who decided finally to invest into the port area. Next. What we also did is we had for many years, we operated a feeder server for containers between George Less and the port of Constanța. And but it was suspended in the previous agricultural season because we had like a draft in Moldova, and there was practically export prohibition of grains in the previous agricultural season. That's why we suspended the service, because 65% of all the containers were stuffed with grain. And the big business was the export of grains, actually. So now we didn't resume the service in the moment because the charter costs for the vessel is very high. And actually, we would like to have a container feeder service again. First of all, it allows to, let's say, to these small and medium-sized agricultural companies to stuff containers and to deliver the containers directly to their clients in Southeast Asia. I mean, this was the biggest business, actually. And so we are looking for a cooperation partner who is interested to provide this feeder service. And it's also important to note that there are two possible routes. So here we see a maritime vessel, which we used, and we also have the possibility, and we also did it a couple of times, that we use river barges going upstream from us to the Cernavoda channel and then down to Constanța. The problem is here that there are a lot of administrative barriers, actually. The timing is longer. Transit declarations, formalities for import containers, customs checks, and so on. So that our clients in the end always prefer the export of agricultural products in containers via the maritime route and on maritime vessels. Also with regard to the supply chain. So it's all about the export of Moldovan grains, and they come on trucks and on railway to the port. The problem is that the share of the trucks, although the roads are still partially in a bad status, although it's improving now, they will finalize all this. But the share of the railway, of course, should be much higher. I mean, VVC, a functioning port must have a direct and efficient connection to the railway transportation. Like in all this Danube-Bavarian ports, for example, or in Austrian the ports. I mean, they are interlinked strongly. And here the share of grain transportation on railway, it's like, I think it's below 20%, and it's because the hinterland railway infrastructure in this regard is just not enough. On the export side, it's also interesting. We have three main, let's say, destinations or types of exports. The majority is loaded on maritime vessels, and the maritime vessels go directly to the Mediterranean Sea, to North Africa or to the Near East. That's the biggest volume, and usually transported in 6,500 tons capacity vessels. The second one is that sometimes we load barges. The barges go to Constanza. And the third one, which we noted, is that we load on barges and they go to a place on the Danube River, and there is a transshipment with a floating crane on the Danube. Especially, you know, beside of our port, there is a state passenger port here, and they do like, let's say, some small scale loading of grain as well. And these barges, they go a couple of kilometers downstream, and then there's a floating crane, and they load into maritime vessels there. So these are the main destinations. Next one. Here you see the figures, and here in 2012, here you can see we had a very bad harvest, and this is also the case what we see in 2020. So the green area shows the tonnage, the development of the export of grains in tons, and the blue area shows the additional quantity of tons which was exported in containers. So usually we have about 400,000 tons of grain in bulk exported, and another 50 to 80 tons, 50 or 80,000 tons in containers. And the vegetable oil is the yellow line, just for your interest. Of course, the port, actually we have a record year in this port. In this year we will reach, we already have more than 1.1 million tons transshipment, and we probably will reach 1.3 million tons of transshipment in the port. So the agricultural products make between a third and the half, depending on the harvest and the season. Next. That was already the outlook. So the outlook is principally, we expect there will be a further growth of the agricultural production in the Republic of Moldova. Similar reasons like my colleague here presented before about the situation in Romania. It's about to increase the yields and the consolidation of agriculture field. We will see an increase in the agriculture production in Moldova, and also we will see increases in the export. In order to be able to deliver that, we are building a new berth, a new universal berth, which is suitable for both. For both the exports of grain products, but also the handling of other products. And also in the moment, we see a significant increase of the storage facilities, and we have a diversification of the clients in the agricultural sector. So these are positive developments. What has to be done is the upgrade of the hinterland infrastructure, especially of the railway. This is absolutely key. And I would like to have also, that would be good for the container service, to streamline the administrative barriers when exporting from Moldova, when providing shipments to Constanța port via Cernavoda channel. That would be also a good and important fact. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we'll go to a place you mentioned already a couple of times, Port of Constanța, to see the Romanian perspective. We already spoke about the huge potential that Romania has when we speak about agriculture field. And we'll see the Port of Constanța is a bottleneck or is the best place to be in order to emphasize this amazing potential. Dan Dolgin, the manager at Convex, will explain these things to me. Please, you have the floor.
First of all, I want to greet everyone and thank you for inviting me. Actually, I'm not the manager. I'm the grain director, the grain operation director of Convex in Port of Constanța. Also, I have a presentation. I guess you received it. I will try to be brief because we are on.
You have to be brief.
Yes, I will be brief. Yes, we have just few slides. Let's go to the first one. The second one, please. Let's go to the second one. Okay, basically the Port of Constanța, it's the best place to be when we want to export grains from Romania and this part of Europe. The main advantage of the Port of Constanța is that the Port of Constanța is the ending point of the Pan-European Corridor number 7, Danube. So it's there is a lot of funds, European funds, and the Romanian government funds, which are improving the condition in Port of Constanța. This is the main port of main exit point for the grains from Romania. Also, is the main transit point for the grains from Serbia. Serbia, it's they have a lot of exports directly to the western part of Europe, but the main exports by Danube, they are going out through Port of Constanța. And also we have a significant quantity in transit from Bulgaria, Hungary, Moldavia, Slovakia, Croatia, Ukraine, and sometime from Russia. The Port of Constanța is the most developed port in the western coast of Black Sea. Here are 10 grain terminals. The total storage capacity is up to 1.4 million metric tons. Also, we have a lot of depth berths in Black Sea. The maximum depth in a berth in Port of Constanța is 19 meters. That means we can accommodate any type of vessel for grains used in the world right now. And another strong point of Port of Constanța, it's directly connected to the Danube Black Sea Canal, to the railroad infrastructure, and to the highway. Still A2 highway from Bucharest to Constanța, but hope in the future will be Nădlac-Constanța. Next slide, please. Just to mention about Convex Terminal, the main subject of presentation is not the Convex Terminal, it's the grain traffic. The Convex Terminal, Convex is the biggest stevedore in Port of Constanța, and the grain terminal is the rising star of Port of Constanța right now. It's a terminal which started to work last year. We have a total capacity of 200,000 tons, with an in rate up to 2,400 tons per hour, out rate up to 3,000 tons per hour. That means we are the fastest silo in the Black Sea and the east of Mediterranean. The depth of the berth is 19 meters. That means we can accommodate and we can load post-Panamax vessel. Hope we'll do it the next year. One important mention, Convex is not a grain trader. We just provide services to any grain exporter. We are not a grain trader. We can receive grains by any type of transportation, trucks, train, and barges. As I told you, we can load a vessel up to 110,000 tons. Hope to see such a vessel next year. Hope to see one. It's a state-of-the-art terminal. We have 4 automatic laboratories, cleaner, dry, grain dryer, and basically for our partners who visited Convex, we are the most advanced terminal right now in Europe. Because of that, we are not working on the draft barge, on the draft surveys. We are working just by short scales. Next, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so from traffic grain point of view, Port of Constanța this year is passing one of the best years on the history. After a very bad year, 2020, when the agriculture of Romania was severely affected by a drought. This year, climate condition was much better, and I guess we are seeing one of the best year from the agriculture yield point of view. Overall, up to now, the overall increase of the traffic is 15%, but despite the problem which traders are facing now due to the very high and very fast grain price increase, which are making some problems to them because of the farmers' behavior, basically. There is a lot of remaining agricultural yield remained in the Romania, and he will go out. He will be exported to the mid of the next year. So, from my point of view, we'll see a 20% increase year to year. And the last slide. Can be better, yes. As my previous speaker, Mr. Barbaroi and Mr. Feliescu spoke, we have a problem with the connection with the railroad infrastructure in the current state of railroad infrastructure. Hope to see that in the next year, government will put a lot of much more money in the railroad to see what can be improved. Also, just for the Port of Constanța, now we during the crop, during the harvest, there is a nightmare. The truck movement in Port of Constanța, it's a nightmare, and we hope to see for the next years truck logistic management system implemented. As a lot of previous speakers told about the water level of the Danube, the Zimnicea Bank, it's famous in Port of Constanța. Some few weeks ago, that was more than 250 units blocked before the Zimnicea Bank. So when the water level in Danube is decreasing, the Port of Constanța suffers. Also related to see in the future, speaking about digitalization and the moving fast, not just the product but the information, because we have a very low speed for information movement. Hope to see some chains of information between the port terminals, the traders, and the farmers or the logistical companies, because now there is no a continuous chain of information between us, but we are working just on the bits of the chains. We hope to see one chain from the farmer to the terminal port. I put here can be better, but climate change is now in Romania. If it's a rain season, we'll have crop. If it will not raining, we have a problem. And we know that the climate change is very challenging, and we don't know how Romanian agriculture will be looking in 10 years in the future, we will not see if the irrigation system will not be improvised, we improved. We don't know how the crop will be look like in 10 years in the future. And as the previous speakers talked at the beginning of the meeting, yes, we know that green energies have to be implemented, but we have to know what is the cost and what can be subsidized, because the investment are huge, and just leaving all this just on the companies cannot be a way of good work. Thank you very much. That was all.
Well, Mr. Dolgin, I will build on that, because what will follow and what will come next now builds on next steps, builds on future strategies, on the further development that we can envisage, and that and which can be reinforced, as mentioned before. So here we are talking about the situation of the inland waterways transportation in terms of port infrastructure or superstructure, of course, with a main focus on grain traffic. So let's go to the Giurgiu branch now of the AFDJ. It's the autonomous direction that is leading the sector. So Mr. Romeo Soare, you have the floor.
Hello, thank you very much.
Hopefully with some good news in terms of future projects or future steps that can reinforce the sector.
Thank you very much, first of all, for your invitation. And it is really important for us to, firstly, I want to say good afternoon for everyone. It's really important for us, the communication with the end users, and also it's really important for us to develop a solution, technical solution for improving the navigation conditions on the River Danube. So our administration are responsible for the navigation conditions for about 1,500 kilometers. This is for the entire Romanian Danube sector, and together with Republic of Bulgaria, Republic of Serbia, and Ukraine, in Moldova, we are responsible to provide a good navigation status on the ferry infrastructure, for the ferry infrastructure. So the main problem, the main critical area for navigation are situated downstream to Iron Gate 2 for about 600 kilometers. That means the efforts for the river administration to ensure the minimum navigation conditions, it is really important. And also the communication with the end users, daily communication with the shipping company and with the experts from the shipping company, and also with the skippers, it is crucial for us. In this situation, we provide daily information about the water level, the fairway depth, because it's a difference between the water level and fairway depth, and also we are responsible to provide the optimal fairway alignment for a secured and safety navigation for the Lower Danube. The Lower Danube is a very dynamic sector, and at the same time, it's a very sensitive, because we are already responsible to keep in balance the ecological status for the river life. And in this context, we have a capacity to provide information about the water level, to provide about the information about the marking system, and also to perform the dredging activity for maintenance, for capital dredging, and also to develop the technical solution for improving the navigation conditions. That means river engineering intervention. And it is a very complex activity. And together with other administration, waterway administration, we try to implement the maintenance plan, but also to implement the new technology in order to realize the river engineering training engineering intervention, and finally to provide a good navigation status. Okay, what means that? Means that today we performed dredging in Kokir Lane, and yesterday was finished the intervention in Karagheorghe. That means for the next days, the minimum depth between kilometer 345 and Chernavoda will be ensured. And that means another 100,000 cubic meters was performed in the last, firstly 60,000, and the next 40,000 will be performed in the next week. And we have a frame contract with a dredging company for that, this kind of works. And for the total amount for this year, we can speak about 500,000 cubic meters, starting with May, because it is really important to prepare the fairway condition, not to wait for the low water level period. Everybody know this intervention. It is regarding the low navigable water level, according to the law, and according to the Danube Commission recommendation. And this year, between September and middle of November, the number of days with water level below low navigable water level, it is about 54 days. That means in these very critical conditions, dramatical conditions, hydrological conditions, our job was to provide a minimum depth about 2.5. And for this reason, in September, so the first intervention was in May, second was in June, July, and the third intervention was in September, October this year. And we will continue to dredge also in November and in December. That means for the critical area, and here was identified about 20 critical area for navigation. We develop every year the dredging plan, and also we monitoring. It is really important to perform the hydrographic survey and to provide daily the minimum depth for ferry. So in this case, in this year, together with Bulgarian administration, only for the sector downstream to Aerogate 2, the quantity, the amount of sediments relocated on the from the critical area it is for today 749,000 cubic meters. It's a huge amount of sediments, but the problem and the problems continue, and the navigation conditions are not very good. And the main problem was identified in September this year, when about 200 ships was blocked in Belene at kilometers. The main problem there, it is at kilometers 563, 564. In this case, the Joint Commission between Romania and Bulgaria for fairway maintenance and fairway improving conditions was decided to execute a new intervention in a very critical situation with the water level with 1 meter below low navigable water level. So the climate change effects, it is an important factor with influence for the hydrological conditions. And it is good to know that the minimum water flow for a good navigation condition, it's about 3,000 cubic meters per second. And for this year, the minimum flow was about 2,200. And in this condition, our decision and our activity was to continue the dredging activity. And for this reason, our frame contract for dredging will be prolonged for the next 3 years. And also another result for the European projects was to acquire a new dredging fleet for our river administration. And today we have 5 new technical vessels, including cutter suction dredger for about with a productivity for about 3,600 cubic meters per hour. And also next year we will deliver 2 other new dredging ships, self-propelled, with a capacity for transport for about 550 cubic meters. So in this situation, our objective is to increase the technical capacity in order to acquire a new technical vessels, to increase the capacity in order to provide more accurate and with a good density data about the ferry conditions. And for in this way, I want to inform you every day we provide the water level forecast on our website for 7 days in cooperation with National Institute for Hydrology. And also we provide the water level in real time because we have a new water gauging networks, and we receive the water level for every 15 minutes. So, but the main solution, the very important solution, is coming for Fast Danube project. The Fast Danube project is the biggest project for the Danube, and we try to develop solution for improving the navigation conditions for about 500 kilometers. And here we speak about groins, chevrons, artificial islands, bank protection for about for a budget about 150 million euros. And now we're the status for this project. We developed the environmental impact assessment. And here we have about 2 years delay because the environmental authority from Romania and Bulgaria was not ready to provide us the necessary documents to develop in good conditions this environmental impact assessment. That means in 2023, we'll be ready to sign the contract for design and works, and we will start the works for improving the navigation conditions. Firstly, in the main critical points in Beckett, in Belene, and Popina, and there we will. And for other 9 critical area, we will perform the capital dredging in order to invest and to obtain the good navigation conditions all year around. So in this situation, we are ready to provide daily information about the ferry conditions. We are ready to perform daily the necessary activity for maintaining the navigation conditions, but also our objective is to develop the engineering solution in order to optimize and to in order to improving the navigation conditions for the Lower Danube. So this is only for the riverside sector, because we are responsible also for the maritime side, and there we perform every year about 200,000 cubic meters dredging, and also there our services are available for the end users. I want to inform you, because the communication with the end users for us are very important. Every year we organize a stakeholders forum in Romania, alternative with ACN, with Danube Black Sea Canal, with our colleagues from the Black Sea Canal. And this year the stakeholders forum was organized in Constanța on 25th of August. And there was a very open discussion with the end users about our maintenance plan, our objectives, and also our capacity to provide a good navigation condition if it is possible. Yeah, this is few information about our strategy. For the middle term, it is to develop and to improve the technical capacity in order to acquire a new dredging fleet. And for the long term, we will develop and we will implement the solution from Fast Danube. Fast Danube, it is the most important project for the Rhine-Danube corridor, for the European Commission and also for the Romanian government.
Thank you so much. Adrian was telling us at the beginning that we have to speak in a very realistic manner and to address all the topics and all the issues on the list in this way, in a very, very realistic approach. This is the reason why I hope Ms. Luiza Mihaela Hașca, the general manager at APDF Giurgiu, the national company which administrates the Danube ports, will help us to understand what the future looks like, of course, in a very realistic approach. If she's with us, Ms. Hașca, do you hear us?
I was just texting Ms. Hașca, asking her to put on her camera and to unmute herself.
Actually,
anyway,
we can go
absolutely
further and come back to Ms. Hașca. You know, when you do not know exactly what to do, you take a step back and look into the past. Maybe this is the reason why we should listen to Daniel Jarnea, the marketing head office from Constanța Port Administration.
Hello.
Maybe in the past there is the future. Maybe we can see in the past some good points.
That is exactly what my I prepared the presentation. I'll try to make it brief and point out
you will be
the most
able,
important thing.
Mr. Jarnea, you will be able to share it. You will be able to share it, and I will ask you this time to control it yourself. So you will be able to move between the slides using your own controls.
Yes, you just have to give me. Oh, yes, that's it.
Okay.
I'll also move it a little, let's say, a little bit faster. Just a second. So I'll skip. This is part of the history, and I'll start. I'll end with this slides. It's regarding 125 years of modern history of the port. What I want to mention is I'll start with the position of Port of Constanța, and the position of Port of Constanța is very favorable for being a hub in the area. Before the crisis in 2008-2009, we were a container hub for the area, or the largest ships, the larger container carriers made calls in Port of Constanța and from there to the other ports. Now we are a hub for cereals in the region. And this is, let's say, mainly to the connection with River Danube. And this is made through the Danube-Black Sea Canal. And why? Because the crops from Romania, and not only from Romania, from Serbia and Austria, and Serbia, as well as Mr. Dolgin mentioned earlier, are coming through the Port of Constanța. And this is done due to the connection with River Danube, because the most proper way to transport agri-bulk cargo on the Danube. It's faster, you can transport large quantities of cargo, and cheaper than river and rail. For these reasons, let's say, also because of the investments and everything, all the infrastructure that is present in Port of Constanța, our port is a hub for cereals in the region. And the port has connections, all types of transport, railroad, even pipelines. But even with the fact that even now Danube is not perfect, I mean, to be let's say navigable for the entire period of the year, so predictable, but still is the most efficient transport connection that we have right now compared with the other ones. Besides that, also we have passenger let's say facilities in the port, because the Danube is also used for cruise vessels, not only for transport of cargo. And also this is an important thing about Danube because it can contribute to the development of the countries, of the cities that are along Danube. The Danube itself is not just a way of transporting goods, but it's like a prerequisite for development, as well as the sea and the other, as the sea, affected the ports and development in these areas. So regarding the position as a hub, we have 10 terminals in the port, more than 1.5 million tons of storage capacity. The largest agricultural traders are present in the port. The modern facilities that we have allowed some great results, and that's what next I want to point out. Because all these presentations that were before, the stakeholder involved, all the efforts that have been done are figured in these statistics. And for example, in 2009, the Port of Constanța reached 66 million tons. This includes the traffic for cereals, but the next slide will be for the cereals operating in the port. You can see here the maritime transport, also the river transport. And if you take the figures from 2020, the river transport represents 25% of the traffic operating in the Port of Constanța, which is it's quite good, and are very good figures for only for a type of cargo or type of transport. Sorry. If we take in consideration the figures for 2020 and 2021, in 2020 compared with 29 was we experienced a decrease of 10%. This was let's say a worldwide trend. Also the situation of COVID, the pandemic influenced not Port of Constanța's operation, but the context influenced the traffic. So we had a decrease of 10%. Compared with the period for last year, for the first 6 months, 2021 and 2020, we've experienced an increase of more than 10%. And if the trend continues like that, we will recover the part of the traffic that we lost in 2020. And even more, maybe we expect to beat the record, which was settled in 2019, established in 2019, of 66.6 million tons. Here you have a progression, an evolution of the serial traffic in Port of Constanța. Today it represents 1/3 of the traffic operated in the port. As a fact, we were always a dry bulk port before cereals. We operated iron ores or other cargoes that now they are not that much transited in Europe because of the industry that is starting to close, because the steel plants and all these industrial complexes that use this type of raw materials are closing. But we're impressed with cereals with important figures and with a lot of efforts from the stakeholders involved in the industry. This is the map of the Port of Constanța, and I included in the presentation because I want to point out 3 areas of development here along the southern breakwater. The artificial island, which is built with the land excavated from the construction of the Black Sea Danube Canal, and the river maritime area. Maritime Ports Administration has to ensure the proper, say, and better conditions for the port operators to do their activities daily. And this area of river maritime area will be important for river traffic. Right now, we have a barge terminal, which was built in order to improve the navigation, especially in summer when the crops are coming to Port of Constanța. And of course, we have plans that are undergoing or are projected for the next period of time. And I will start with, let's say, these projects are focused on improving the quality of the infrastructure that the operators and all the other companies involved in handling cargoes need in terms of fastening the transit of the cargoes in the port. And one of such project is the extension of the road between Gate 7 and the entrance, the connection with the highway. And everybody that knows Port of Constanța, during the summer, this road is very congested because there's a lot of trucks coming with cereals from the hinterland. And this project will help to make the traffic more fluid. and to improve the accessibility at the terminals. Another one is the modernization of electricity distribution. People who know this area know that right now there are not many options for electricity. This will be developed in the future. This is a project that involves the entire area of the port, but also has in view this river maritime area, which is an area that is necessary to be developed in order to offer better solution for river operators and people that are involved in river transportation. Another project is the extension of modernization of water and sewage infrastructure. Again, this is a project that involves the entire port, but also includes the river maritime area. And right now there are not many options for obtaining water in that area. This will change, and it will be a very good improvement for the people who are stationed there with the barges waiting to be operated. The last two, I think the last two projects are the rehabilitation modernization of the road infrastructure. This also means of starting to develop this area and to have connections with the road and rail that currently are not now there. And also, as I mentioned, the development of rail capacity in the river sea sector of Port of Constanța, another important project in order to develop the connections inside the port. This is the area that our company has to implement their projects. The last, not the least, is the Barge Terminal Stage 2. This is the second stage of the Barge Terminal. The Barge Terminal is actually a parking area for the barges that enter in the port. Here they can wait in order to reach their terminals in order to be operated. It's similar to a truck parking space that also it's also very important in the economy of the traffic inside the port. All these things, all the efforts that the port administration, and not only the port administration, the private companies that are doing the services regarding the serial traffic in the port has to have an opening to other destination. And here I'm talking about the port foreland and the main countries that are the destinations for cereals. And I'm talking, of course, of North Africa, Middle East, but also, as mentioned before, grains in containers. This also are the proper way to transport grains to Asia, Far East. The port of Constanța is like it's a gateway for these crops from Romania, from Serbia, from Hungary, and we have to ensure the best conditions. And actually, we have to be their maritime port to the landlocked countries like Serbia and Romania and Hungary, and even more. The port has to offer maybe new connections with areas, maybe new options for its clients to reach different destination or destination that could offer them new opportunities for commercial relationships. I said that I will end the presentation speaking about the 125 history. Yes, it's been a long time since the modern port of Constanța has been born. This year, on 5th of October, we wanted to make an event in order to celebrate. Unfortunately, the COVID context didn't allow us because, of course, the restriction and everything started to escalate. But an event like this today, which I enjoyed, it's been a long event. There's been a lot of speakers, but I think that the information that were taught here and disseminated with the people are were really interesting and relevant. This would be, I wish I would see an event like this, but physically in Port of Constanța. So maybe hopefully next year, the online events are great, and because they have to keep the people together and to maintain and also to speak, but also a physical event to invite people in Port of Constanța with the team regarding cereals will be great. What is important, and I think this is like the end. It's like I think that people in the industry are making efforts. The administration is making efforts. But what is important is that the connections of all the ports, not also Constanța, but also the other river ports, have to be improved, because you can have all the best facilities in a port, but if your connections are not efficient, when we talk about the potential of Port of Constanța, just imagine what we could do with efficient rail and road connections, and what will be the additional traffic that we can attract doing that. Because right now the rail is not helping us that much. The trucks are not, let's say, the most efficient way of transporting cargo. It's expensive, and small quantities of cargo that are transported. So I think that a project like Dionysus has to bring all these ideas together and to provide a strategy that the governments in this country have to implement. And it's about integrating all these ideas, because you have to see what are our priorities, and we're not speaking because, okay, we are the ports and we need to be prioritized. This is the truth. The ports always attract cargo, and they have to be supported. And I think that the infrastructure and the connections with the hinterland are the most important. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Jarnea. Very interesting indeed. And very valuable input, indeed. We are approaching the end of today's session, but please use these last minutes to raise your hands. I will see your hands risen if you want to add something, if you want to add your final touch, your final conclusion for today's discussion. Otherwise, I will ask my colleague Ioana, I will ask Mr. Cucu, probably Mr. Materna, Mr. Schindler, Leitner, whoever is now with us and wants to add some final words. It's all clear for me now. I got a very clear picture about the potential. For me, the Danube is the one of the main economic arteries which could serve us develop. It's a big question mark why we aren't there where we could be. Of course, it's a game that has to be played in multiple roles with multiple parties, but I think there's always through negotiation, compromise, constructive compromise, there's always a mean to get close to a win-win situation. And I think the Danube for us, together with the Port of Constanța, could be one of the main strategic pillars that Romania could use in order to put itself where its place should be. And we are so behind in terms of railroad infrastructure. We are so behind in terms of road infrastructure. Why not use something that is already there? But it's not enough the fact that it's already there or it's there. It's not enough because we have to prepare it. We have to invest. We have to get it in a proper shape from an infrastructural point of view. We have to get it in a proper shape in terms of an energy transition point of view. Industries are reshaping themselves. Everything is changing. The world is changing. We have to keep the pace. And I think the Danube and the ports and the entire infrastructure and so many experts and specialists and dedicated people mean that actually we have some steps ahead of us that could be taken in a proper way. So I'm exiting positive the discussion we had today, but there is so much that we have to do, and the road ahead of us is still long. Mr. Cucu, Ioana, everybody else, if you want to add your final words for today's workshop, please, now is the moment. Mr. Cucu.
Yes, thank you. I think that the problem of the Danube, of the inland waterway transport, of the inland ports, it's a problem of the politics. And I will explain you why. It's necessary at the level of the Ministry of Transport to a strategy for this sector to be issued, to evaluate the situation of the infrastructure, to evaluate or to prioritize the projects for the development of infrastructure, to analyze the activity of the administration and maybe to restructure this the policy and the mode of works of this administration. And it's one aspect which has not yet mentioned during the discussion, is the problem of European funds. In the last 10 years, a lot of European funds have been allocated for Danube and for the inland ports, and unfortunately remain unused. In the next period, also, a lot of money will be allocated. And if you compare the value of projects on the road with the project and the works in the ports, the difference is huge. In ports with, let's say, with some money dedicated to 2 kilometers of highway, you could renew the port, yeah, the existing one. Also, it's very important to ensure the stability of the management in the port administration. Because in the last period, there were at every administration 5, 6, 7 general managers. It's impossible to have a policy, to have a strategy changing the managers every 2 months. Yeah, it's not possible. These, I think, are the main problem that could solve the situation. Discussing about the rail infrastructure, Mr. Vavaroy said that it's a disaster. Imagine that a transport from the western side of the country to Port of Constanța takes about 6 or 7 days. In the same time, a train starting from Budapest arriving in Hamburg in 24 hours. It's a little bit different. Yeah. This is the problem. Also, we have to take into account that all the countries around us develop a lot of projects, the rail project, the road project, you know. The port of Constanța is in danger. It will be isolated in sometime in the future if we do not do something with road, but mainly with the Danube. Okay, thank you very much.
I still have a question for you, Mr. Cucu. Taking into account your arguments, do you think that the industry still have the power, the energy to put constant pressure on governments, Romanian government, Bulgarian, Ukrainian, Moldavian government, in order to solve at least a part of the problems that you already mentioned?
We have enough energy. Unfortunately, not all the time we have success. Energy we have enough, but I don't think why the inland transport, the inland waterway transport, it's not treated as is necessary to be. Everybody is looking to roads. Everybody see highways, but nobody is able to evaluate the real value of the Danube, unfortunately.
Even though it's a water highway, the longest possible in Romania, the one that we have for sure.
The idea is it's okay, it's cooling, it's enough, yeah. The water is cooling on the Danube, it seems that it's okay.
Well, let's hope we'll all meet again very soon in order to go over the details, to go over over today's conclusions, and hopefully we will be able to do it in a proper, as Mr. Jarna mentioned as well, in a proper conference room, face to face, where interactions and dynamics are totally different. And why not in one of Europe's most important nodal logistics network points in Constanța, in the port of Constanța? Why not do it there? We have so much potential. I hope we will be way ahead the next time we meet, and I hope that all the lessons that were taken today were being put into practice. Mr. Materna, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manuzio. If I am able to have a kind of final word on this event,
but of course,
am really happy to see that at the end of the day, at the end of this event, so many stakeholders and significant speakers have shown a great interest to this event, and many very useful information were provided by them. I hope to be of very useful for all participants. Taking this into consideration, I would take the opportunity to announce all the participants that within the framework of Dionysus project, we'll have another 2 similar events. One also regional workshop with the same theme will be organized for Upper Danube region, Germany, Austria, and Slovakia, and another regional event will be organized for the Middle Danube region, namely Hungary, Croatia, and Serbia. And I think that it would be very useful for the participants also to attend those events, even it's not their exact area of activity, but I think that also useful information related to the traffic of agricultural products on those areas and the Danube region countries could be gathered. And at the end of these regional workshops, most probably during the next autumn, it will organize an international conference, hopefully physically in Budapest, but let's see the evolution of this pandemic, how it will be. But according to the work plan, we'll have an international conference organized in Budapest, where also all key stakeholders will be invited, and we'll discuss, we'll have the final discussion with regard to this traffic, and also we'll have a hopefully useful debate on the dedicated and consolidated strategy at Danube region level with regard to the sustainable development of agricultural products transport. So my request to all participants is as follows. Don't be strangers. Keep close with the Dionysus project. We have a lot of information to share with you. We'll elaborate a lot of interesting and hopefully useful documents for people involved in these activities, and your support and your feedback and your comments on these documents will be very useful and will help all of us by taking them into consideration and include it into the final papers to have a good and reliable strategy. As my friend and colleague Daniel from Port of Constanța mentioned, we should all work together on this, otherwise we will not achieve the expected results. Thank you very much. Many congratulations to our colleagues from Romanian River Ship Owners and Port Operators Association, who managed to bring together so many interesting key stakeholders on these activities and to gather so many useful information. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Materna. This being said, I want to thank Mr. Șerban Cucu as well. His association was deeply involved and did an amazing job in organizing this event. We were very glad and honored to be able to be part of this and to co-host you and to moderate you, to be able to offer you the infrastructural streaming support needed during these times. And let me just remind you in the end that today we were all together as part of the regional workshop Ports and Agricultural Products Traffic in the Lower Danube region countries of Romania, Bulgaria, Moldova, and the Ukraine, organized, as Mr. Meterna already mentioned again, under the framework, so organized under the framework of the Dionysus project, financed as part of the Interreg Danube program. And I think the main word of today's could be also a conclusion. It's a positive one, and I like it. It's cooperation, collaboration, cooperation, and teamwork. And I hope by putting these three elements, which mean and build the same spirit, I think we can move things forward. I want to thank my colleague Ioana Raduca for supporting me, for helping me, for being here alongside me today, and of course all the participants for their discipline, for their good input, for their precious expertise, and for staying with us within the last almost 5 hours. Thank you very much, and hope to see you all soon.